na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu, na wale ambao haja zao wamezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell.
Prayer has been said and the chair taken. However, the speaker has directed that the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes as provided for in the House Standing Order number 34 to be able to allow the House attain the requisite quorum at the commencement of the House. And as we wait for that, let's continue to look at the priority business.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number? Yes, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 11th August 2026. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statement for the years ended 30th June 2021, 30th June 2022, 30th June 2023, 30th June 2024, and 30th June 2025, and the certificates therein in respect of the following: 1, Akaiga Secondary School; 2, Eror Ekule Secondary School; 3, Gatondo Girls Secondary School; 4, Ikawa Secondary School; 5, Ilmasharaini Secondary School; 6, Iruma Girls High School; 7, Jamhuri High School; 8, Kamwimbi Secondary School; 9, Kiangungi Baptist Commercial Secondary School; 10, Kiereini High School; 11, Kirimari Boys Secondary School; 12, Kwangede Secondary School; 13, Nkambune Girls Secondary School; 14, Our Lady of Mercy Girls Secondary School, Shauri Moyo; 15, Our Lady of Mercy Secondary School, South B; 16, PCA Kiaritha Secondary School; 17, Pwani Secondary School and vocational school for the deaf; 18, Ruai Boys Secondary School; 19, Tenges Boys High School; and 20, Uthithi Secondary School. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I lay.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements. Honorable members, before we go to statements, allow me to acknowledge in the public gallery, Tinderet Education Center, Tinderet Nandi, Moi Kaptama Girls Secondary School, Mount Elgon, Bungoma, Guba Muslim School from Vita, Mombasa, Ndere Julia Academy from Vihiga, Kakamega. In the speakers gallery, Bunyore girls from Luanda, Vihiga. Lake Primary School from Kisumu Central, Kisumu. The member for Luanda has asked me to give him an opportunity to welcome Bunyore girls. You can do so for all of us with all other schools. Tinderet as well? Yes. So I'll give Maungo and Meli. Bunyore, I'm giving only one of you. And I've given the one who came first. Maungo, go ahead. There's a mic next to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to take this great opportunity to welcome all the students who've actually...
Is Bunyore in your constituency or Emuhaya?
It is in Luanda constituency.
Is in Luanda?
But serves the nation because...
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bunyore Girls, which sits in Luanda, is one of our best schools in this country and sits in Luanda constituency, Mr. Speaker. It's a national school. And therefore, on my behalf, let me take this opportunity to invite them and to welcome them into this house. And the other great learners whom I can see both in the public gallery and the speakers gallery. Mr. Speaker, allow me to encourage them that education is the only way that can make them be something different. Because it is said that education is an equalizer. And being that their learners who aspire to great positions in future, either as CEOs, as great businessmen and women, as even members of parliament and whatever position they want, Mr. Speaker, the only way out is that they need to work harder in school so that they can be able to achieve their dreams. Otherwise, thank you so much. Karibuni sana.
Thank you. Tinderet member, Meli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I take this time to welcome all the students to the House this afternoon on behalf of the honorable members and the House. Honorable Speaker, this House for the last 4 months has seen unprecedented number of students come here. And it is in this house that they actually get their aspirations. They actually get motivated and they learn that Parliament as the third arm of government, as the other arm of government, they see practically how we make laws. Tinderet Educational Center and many other schools that have come here are the premier schools that many members in this house attended. Bunyore Girls included. The First Lady is an alumni of that particular school. And that gives testimony of how important the visit to this house is for the students of various schools. Tinderet Educational Center, Mr. Speaker, is a school that has seen over 95% of its learners go to university since when it was started. So in effect, coming to Parliament is enabling students to learn practically and see things, not only reading, they see how the processes are going on in this house. And I urge the teachers and the schools to continue coming here as a way of learning practically their lessons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We'll end there. Honorable members, we have recorded very huge number of students visiting our house. Last week alone, we recorded over 12,000. In the last 4 months, we have recorded close to 150,000 students visiting this house. That shows the interest young Kenyans have in what you do here. And on my behalf and on behalf of the House, I welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. We go to statements. Benjamin Gadhiru is in the House.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I know you by a different name.
Yes, my name is Major Donk Benjamin Gadhiru.
Is Major a pseudonym?
No, Major Donk Benjamin Gadhiru. Those are my official names.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provision studying order number 44-2C, I like to request for a statement from the Chairperson Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding status of operationalization of Nairobi sub-county administrative units and the gazettement of the additional administrative units. Honorable Speaker, through a gazette notice dated 11th November 2025, the Ministry of Interior and National Administration restructured the administrative framework within Nairobi City County by establishing 17 sub-counties. The restructuring was intended to enhance service delivery, strengthen coordination of government services, and improve the implementation of national programs at the grassroots level. However, many of the newly established administrative units continue to operate without adequate infrastructure, personnel, and operational resources. The lack of office facilities, staffing, and logistic support has constrained the effective delivery of government services within the affected sub-counties. Further, numerous proposals submitted to the ministry for the creation of gazettement of additional administrative units to respond to the rapid population growth and urban expansion remains pending, thereby denying residents and the benefits of accessible and efficient government services. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I like to request for a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1, the status of operationalization of the 17 Nairobi sub-counties administrative units and the newly established Nairobi sub-regional administration, including the provision of office infrastructure, staffing, equipment, and other operational resources. Number 2, the minimum resources package prescribed by the Ministry of Interior and National Administration for operationalization of each sub-county administrative unit, including office accommodation, personnel establishment, and transport allocation, and whether administrative units within Nairobi City County have been receiving their rightful share. Number 3, the status of proposals submitted to the ministry for the creation and gazettement of new administrative units within Nairobi City County. And number 4, the status of all proposal for creation of new locations and sub-locations within Nairobi City County that were forwarded through the respective deputy county commissioners. Number 5, I want him to state the criteria, timeline, and implementation plan for gazetting and propose new locations and sub-locations to ensure administrative boundaries reflects the current population distribution and urban growth. Number 6, the measures being taken to ensure all gazetted administrative units are fully operational and adequately resourced to effectively deliver government services to the residents. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair, Administration. Chair, Administration. Owen Bayer inform Tongoyo to bring a response in 2 weeks.
Much obliged, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Kipsanai. Honorable Kipsanai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, request for statement regarding the admission of local students to NGCDF-funded KMTC campuses and training facilities. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 44, 2C, I rise to seek a statement from Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health regarding the admission of local students to KMTC colleges, constituency-based training institutions, and campuses. Honorable Speaker, over the years, constituencies across the country have invested substantial National Government Constituency Development Fund resources in the construction and development of satellite KMTC campuses and training facilities for other institutions of higher learning with the objective of expanding access to education and skills development opportunities for local communities. These investments have significantly contributed to improving educational infrastructure, and advancing the government's agenda of promoting equitable access to quality quality education. However, there are growing concerns that the local communities do not have any meaningful stake in the admission of the students to the KMTC institutions established under NTCDF within their locality. In many instances, deserving students from the host constituencies are unable to secure admissions to the facility that were established primarily to address the educational needs of the local population. This has led to dissatisfaction among residents who expect that such investments should translate into increased educational opportunities for their children. Honorable Speaker, while it is appreciated that admission to public institutions must adhere to the constitutional principles of equity, inclusivity, and merit, there was a legitimate expectation to an appropriate framework that would establish to secure a quotas for the students to the host constituencies. Without undermining the national admission standards, such a framework would ensure that communities that have sacrificed resources and land for the establishment of these institutions derive tangible benefits derived from bringing education opportunity closer to the people. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health on the following. Number one, the government policy or guideline, if any, governing admission to the constituency-based campuses and training facilities, particularly KMTC, constructed using NGCDF funds. Number two, the modalities considered by government to provide reasonable allocation or affirmative quotas for eligible students from the host constituencies in the admission of institutions established or subsequently funded through NGCDF. Three, the measures ministry is undertaking to ensure that the communities that have invested public resources through the NGCDF derive tangible educational benefits from such institutions. And lastly, the timelines for developing and implementing an affirmative action policy that records host constituencies a meaningful stake in the admission process. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Nyikal. Dr. Nyikal, when can you bring a response?
About admission, Mr. Speaker, about admission, it's actually through COOPs. So
Pardon?
the admission to KMTC is actually through COOPs. So that means it would be
It's education.
Yes.
So, yes, Melly, when can you bring a response? I know I can say a few hands, but that's straightforward.
Yes, I think I'll take it up immediately, maybe next week, in 2 weeks' time, Mr. Speaker, because it is, we are now going on the mission season, so we need to clear the issue faster.
In fact, the question is that Kipsanai is raising
Yes.
is not admission, it's policy. It's not the numbers.
Yes, this
Do you have a way of giving quotas to constituencies or counties that have sacrificed their resources to build institutions
now that one
to
goes,
accommodate children from within the area, subject to the standard set on admission qualifications, numbers of the college, and so on?
Yes, and that one goes back to health because they are the people who knows the number of nurses.
So I
and
direct
doctors.
that this matter be dealt with by your committee and Nyikal's committee.
Yes.
Yes.
That's okay.
Next, Joshua Kandie.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding optimal utilization and expansion of Eldoret International Airport. Honorable Speaker, Eldoret International Airport serves both a domestic and international airport, supporting passenger flights and significant cargo operations, especially for agricultural exports. The government has, for the past 2 years, embarked on plans to expand and upgrade the airport to enable it to accommodate large-bodied cargo aircraft, increase cargo payload capacity, facilitate direct export of fresh produce to international markets, and reduce transportation costs currently incurred by exporters transporting cargo to Kenyatta International Airport. However, the proposed expansion is yet to be implemented, thereby denying farmers, exporters, and businesses the anticipated benefits of the expansion. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. 1. The current status of the proposed expansion of Eldoret International Airport for both passengers and cargo services, including the funding and timelines for the completion of the runway extension project. 2. The measures being undertaken by the Ministry of Roads and Transport to enhance the airport's cargo handling and other supporting infrastructure to facilitate direct export of agricultural produce and other goods to international markets. And 3, the steps taken to maximize the utilization of the airport for both passengers and cargo services and position it as a regional aviation and logistics hub. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Transport. GK, I saw you enter. Yes. When can you bring a response?
Honorable Speaker, will respond in about 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Yes.
Thank you. Honorable members, I approved Ken Chonga and Karemba, but you hold your horses. I want to dispose of a few orders on the order paper, then we come back to Karemba, Chonga, and then responses to statements. So clerk, go to order number 8 and dispose of number 8 up to 15.
Order number 8, motion. Report of the Kenya delegation to the 151st Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union and related meetings. Question to be put.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Take your seats. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House notes the report of the Kenya delegation to the 151st Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, IPU, and related meetings held in Geneva, Switzerland on 19th to 23rd October 2025, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 11th March 2026. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 9, motion. Second report on the status of reports on petitions and resolutions. Mover to reply.
Wanjala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First, Honorable Speaker, I want to apologize that this motion came while I was away. I had a relative who had died and I was attending funeral. I'm sorry, and thank you, Honorable Speaker, for keeping it till today. I beg to reply and ask the House, Honorable Speaker, that this motion is very important to the House for the implementation of the petitions and motions that were passed in this House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. I'll now put the question at order number 9, which is that this House adopts the second report of the Committee on Implementation on status of reports on petitions and resolutions passed by the House, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 26th October 2023. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 10, the Tertiary Education, Placement and Funding Bill, National Assembly Bill number 49 of 2026, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the placement of students and trainees to tertiary institutions, funding of students and trainees in tertiary institutions, establishment of the Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Service, and the Tertiary Education Funding Authority, and for connected purposes. Order number 11, the Basic Education Bill, National Assembly Bill number 50 of 2026, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to give effect to Article 53(1)(b) of the Constitution, to provide for the system and the structure of basic education, to provide for the administration of primary and secondary education, to provide for quality assurance standards in basic education, to provide for the coordinated provision of scholarships and bursaries in basic education, to provide for the establishment of the Kenya Education Management System, the Kenya Institute of Special Education, and the National Council for Education in Marginalized Communities, and for connected purposes. Order number 12, the Kenya National Education Assessment Council Bill, National Assembly Bill number 51 of 2026, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the establishment, powers and functions of the Kenya National Education Assessment Council and conduct of assessments, and to provide for the repeal of the Kenya National Examination Council Act and for connected purposes. Order number 13, the Pre-Service Education and In-Service Training Bill, National Assembly Bill number 52 of 2026, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for a framework of pre-service education and in-service training in basic education and for connected purposes. Order number 14, the Kenya National Qualifications Framework Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 53 of 2026, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Kenya National Qualification Framework Act. Order number 15, the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2026, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development Act and for connected purposes.
Thank you. Honorable members, when we will get to order number 16, there's a request that in that committee of the whole we stay Roman 3 Business Laws Amendment Bill. The majority leader and the chair of Finance Committee indicate they will be ready next week. So we'll stay that. So Owen, if you are here, we'll deal with Roman 1, public participation, and Roman 2, planned protection bill. Let's go back to statements. Ken Chonga.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44, subsection 2, subsection D, I rise to make a statement on the challenges facing export processing zone EPZ workers together with the residents of Mtepeni Ward, Kilifi South constituency. Honorable Speaker, following the recent upgrading of Mtwapa to municipality status, EPZ workers as well as residents of Mtepeni Ward have sought clarification on the development plans and infrastructure improvements that will benefit them. There is a pressing need to strengthen the security around EPZ companies, workers' residential areas, and the routes used by the employees, particularly those reporting for early morning shifts or leaving work late at night. Increased police presence, adequate security lighting, together with improved security measures are required to protect these workers as well as the area residents. Honorable Speaker, a significant number of EPZ workers are engaged on very short-term contracts, at times lasting only 1 month to 3 months, resulting in serious job insecurity for workers, together with their families. There is need to investigate the widespread use of such repeated short-term contracts to ensure that employment terms comply with the labor laws of Kenya. Additionally, EPZ companies operating within Mtepeni will benefit substantially from the labor as well as resources of the local community, yet meaningful corporate social responsibility programs remain limited. These companies ought to support community water projects, assist needy area residents, students, and learning in local schools, support local health, sanitation, and youth skills development initiatives. Honorable Speaker, concerns have also been raised regarding workers' retirement benefits, pension contributions, and other services related to deductions. Workers are entitled to clear information on deductions made from their salaries to confirm that all statutory contributions are remitted to the relevant institutions. Similarly, female EPZ workers continue to face challenges relating to pregnancy, maternity leave, and reintroduction into work after childbirth, contrary to the laws relating to maternity protection. Honorable Speaker, the rising cost of food, housing, transport continues to outpace the wages earned by many EPZ workers. There is therefore need for intervention to ensure that workers receive fair, lawful wages, safe, affordable transport for early and late shifts, as well as access to local employment and technical or vocational training opportunities that equip young people in the area and across the country with the skills required by manufacturing sectors. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, the welfare of EPZ workers remain a matter of national importance, central to the government commitment to decent work and fair labor practices. With the support of this House, my departmental committee on labor will continue to engage the Cabinet Secretary for Labor and Social Protection, the National Employment Authority, the Export Processing Zones Authority, and the affected companies to ensure that the labor concerns raised are fully and satisfactorily addressed. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Mama Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze pia kuongezea niseme kuwa Mheshimiwa Spika, wafanyakazi wa EPZ wamekaa na matatizo mengi, wanafanya kazi katika sehemu ambayo ni tata sana Mheshimiwa Spika, wanafanya kazi masaa mengi sana na mshahara wao ni mshahara duni sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, izingatiwe kuwa kuna wakati pia wale wafanyakazi wa EPZ Mombasa County niliweza kuleta malalamishi yao katika bunge hii Mheshimiwa Spika, na mpaka leo sijaweza kupata majibu mwafaka Mheshimiwa Spika. Unapata hata ile contract ambao wanapewa, mtu amefanya miaka 15 lakini kila baada ya miezi mitatu ama miwili ndio ana renew contract, wakati ambapo kanuni za labor ziruhusu hivi Mheshimiwa Spika. Mshahara ni mdogo, mtu amefanya zaidi ya miaka 20, mshahara wake ni 15,000 na kila baada ya miezi tatu Mheshimiwa Spika anaambiwa awe anaweza ku renew ile contract Mheshimiwa Spika. Wakitoka kazini pia wanatoka kazini usiku, wengine tumepata visa pale ndani ya Mombasa County Mheshimiwa Spika, tumepata visa vya wafanyakazi wa EPZ wamepigwa na wakora, wamekatwa mapanga, security yao iko mbaya sana Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati ambapo pesa ambao wanalipwa pia ni pesa duni. Ukiangalia wengine hata hospitali hawawezi kwenda pia Mheshimiwa Spika kwa sababu ya hali duni. Kwa hiyo na mimi naweza kusema Wizara ya Leba waangalie kanuni na sheria ambazo zimepitishwa katika katiba yetu, zinaangaliwa ili kuweza kuwalinda hao wafanyakazi wa EPZ. Nikimalizia Mheshimiwa Spika, nimeona watoto wangu wa kutoka Nyali Primary, Nyali School wako hapa, na mimi kama mama county wao nawakaribisha.
You are out of order. The Speaker doesn't know that there is any Nyali in this house until we acknowledge them. Then you can seek Ken Chonga. I just noticed that you are asking for a statement to the committee that you chair.
Speaker,
Majority Leader, you
actually, if you look at my statement, Speaker, I rose on standing order number 44, subsection 2, subsection D. So it's not that I'm requesting for a statement. It's rather I'm saying I'm going to engage the Ministry, the CS Labor, the National Employment Authority, and other relevant institutions regarding the wages and the conditions of service.
So what you are doing is you came to play to the gallery, because you could have done that without coming to the floor.
I am the chairman Labor. I cannot seek for a statement. I'm only standing for a
You
point of
got my
information.
message. It's okay. Take
Thank
your
you.
seat.
Thank you, Speaker.
Karemba.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Request for a statement regarding an authorized payment by the Kenya Tea Development Agency, KTDA, to Oriole Homes Limited. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock regarding payment of Kenya shillings 322.5 million by the Kenya Tea Development Agency, KTDA, to Oriole Homes Limited on the 18th of May 2026. Honorable Speaker, in May 2025, Oriole Homes Limited, a company associated with the Sajiu Group, was awarded a tender to supply 99,000 tons of NPK fertilizer to KTDA under a government-backed subsidy program. Though the delivery was delayed, it was completed in August of 2025, and the agency paid the full contract value of approximately 9 billion Kenya shillings, bringing to a close the contractual obligation. Honorable Speaker, on the 28th of January 2026, approximately 5 months after the fulfillment of the contractual obligation, Oriole Homes Limited sought an additional amount of Kenya shillings 322.5 million, being foreign exchange loss arising from the delivery delays, which it allegedly characterized as force measure. The KTDA board considered the matter and declined to approve the payment. Notwithstanding this position, full payment of the additional amount was subsequently made on the 18th of May 2026. Honorable Speaker, the Directorate of Criminal Investigations has since launched an inquiry, and on the 28th of July 2026, summoned 5 current and former officials of the agency to produce contract documents, board and tender committee minutes, the financial records associated with the tender. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on the following. 1. The legal and contractual basis upon which the KTDA paid Oriole Homes Limited Kenya shillings 322.5 million on the 18th of May 2026 after completion and payment of the initial amount contract. 2. The source and budgetary allocation from which the Kenya shillings 322.5 million payment was made, including whether the requisite financial approvals were obtained. And 3, the status of the investigations into the payment of by the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, including whether KTDA and relevant officers have submitted the documents and information sought, and any action taken by the relevant authorities arising from the inquiry to date. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Dr. Mutunga, when can you bring a response? No joyriders.
In 2 weeks, Honorable Speaker.
2 weeks?
Yes.
Okay, bring your response in 2 weeks. Honorable members in the public gallery, before we go to responses, I acknowledge Ndiuni Primary School from Tarakanithi, Cheplaskei Primary School from Mgwen Nandi, MCK Abudhuguchi Boarding from Sendo Ementi Meru, Bikeke Comprehensive School from Kiminini Trans Nzoia. In the Speaker's Gallery, the Nyali School from Nyali, Mombasa, Sony Complex School from Awendo, Migori, and MM Shah Academy from Muvita, Mombasa. Mama Zamzam, now I give you half a minute to welcome your school
Asante
and
sana.
all the others.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mimi nichukue fursa hii kuwakaribisha wanafunzi wote ndani ya jumba hili, jumba linalotunga sheria, na hasa watoto wetu wa kutoka Mvita Memsha na wale wa Nyali School. Niwaambie mama yenu leo niko bunge kwa sababu ya kuzingatia masomo. Na niweze kuambia kuna wengine watakuwa kama sisi, wengine watakuwa maprofesa, wengine watakuwa mapresident, wengine watakuwa ngazi zingine, lakini yote niweze kuambia wanafunzi kuwa yataka nidhamu na kuweza kufuatilia ule msukumo ambao umeweka katika maisha yako. Uwe na ndoto, wataka kuwa nani katika maisha yako. Kama mama yenu kutoka mama Mombasa County, mimi nawatakieni kila la kheri. Mmekuja huku muangalie vile tunavyoangalia mambo ya bunge kutunga sheria, na Mwenyezi Mungu awarejeshe nyumbani nyote salama. Watoto wote ambao mko hapa mfike nyumbani salama, na walimu wote na washukuru kuangalia hawa watoto wetu. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Asante sana. On behalf of the Speaker and the whole House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. We go to responses to statements. Yes. Donya, what is out of order? Give Honorable Donya the mic. Yes, Donya?
Mr. Speaker, I've heard you've said it's time for responses. I did a statement on university to the Ministry of, to the Chair Education 4 weeks ago. I've not received my response. I've been expectant of the statement until today. I've not gotten the response, Mr. Speaker. And if you can remember, today is on 11th. Next year, a time like now, we'll be counting the results. So, Mr. Speaker, I need my response before. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Donya. Majority Leader, I saw Meli here. Where has he gone? Honorable Meli, is he here? Yes, Karani. Kirima, sorry. I always mistake you for Karani. Wakili, go ahead.
Speaker, I also inquired the issue of land gathering and consolidation along the Meru County and the Tharaka County as pertains to my constituency, whereby we understand that the activity was taking place, and we had inquired from the chairman of Land Committee, and the response has not been done, and the activities are still taking place. We are just holding people from crashes, community crashes. Because we cannot call them tribal crashes because they are the same community. But now, what do we do? Because the statement, the answers have really taken a lot of time. And we were given 2 weeks to have a reply. Now this is the 4th week.
Is point made, is Nyamoka in the House? Anybody from the Lands Committee, Majority Leader, tell the Chair Lands to bring a response to Honorable Kirima on Thursday. Okay. And also this week. And also to respond to Donya, that is Meli, on Thursday as well. Okay. This week. Is Chege Njuguna in the House? Honorable Chege Njuguna? is not here. Statement stayed. Yes, Honorable
Honorable Speaker, you know, this member for Kandara,
yes.
no, he's fond of listing questions and statements, and he's never in the House. And I know he has challenges. He's always in the US. I would really seek, because these statements keep coming up
What
here.
does he do in the US? I have no record of giving him permission to go to US.
Honorable Speaker, I am certain if we checked our records, the member for Kandara is hardly ever in the House. Hardly. I even wonder who represents the people of Kandara here, as much as they have the women rep who can speak for them. But I would really plead that this statement, instead of deferring it, we just drop it all together.
Statement dropped. David Mboni. David Mboni from Kitui Rural. You are in the House. Tongoyo, are you ready with this? Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will try to summarize because it's a long one. Honorable Speaker, this is in response to a statement being sought by the said Member of Parliament for Kitui Rural concerning the death of Mr. Joseph Mungau Ilu. And Honorable Speaker, I want to respond as follows. On the 6th February, the Adjutant at National Police College, Embakasi, a campus reported at this is located at Embakasi Police Station, VIDO bin number 26 of Feb 2026, stating that on the 5th February, Mr. Joseph Mungau, who was an electrician at the college, had allegedly inflicted a throat injury upon himself using a kitchen knife within the campus premises. He was rushed to Nairobi West Hospital for emergency medical treatment, but unfortunately succumbed to his injury while undergoing treatment. Upon receipt of the report, the DCI officers from Embakasi Police Station proceeded to the hospital where they found the body of the deceased, and the scene was documented, and the body was moved to Chiromo mortuary for preservation and postmortem. The detective thereafter commenced the investigation by visiting the scene. The incident, which was examined and documented by the officers from the DCI and were recorded from the 22 witnesses, including police officers, family members, the workmates, and further relevant exhibits, including the kitchen knife, the swabs, and the clothing, which were collected, secured, and preserved as exhibit for further analysis. The preliminary investigation established that Mr. Joseph Mungau, the deceased, was an employee of the National Police Service Commission, having been enlisted on the 1st October 2024 and posted to the Administration Police Training College. In June, the deceased was admitted at Lifebridge Comprehensive Mental Health and Rehabilitation Center for 10 days from the 17th June to the 27th, where he was assessed and diagnosed with the alcoholic-induced psychotic disorder. He underwent treatment and mental stabilized before being discharged. His condition subsequently improved, and he reportedly stopped alcohol consumption. However, in December, he relapsed into alcohol and drug abuse, a condition which was worsened in the month of January, resulting in deterioration of his condition, including failure to report to the duty and episodes of auditory hallucination. On the February the 5th, about midday, the deceased was found seated under a tree within the college compound while exhibiting signs of psychological distress. He was taken and assessed at the college health center, and the counseling session at the college counselor noted that the deceased was in unstable condition, appeared intoxicated, incoherent, and a short concentration span. He was placed under observation while regular checks conducted on him during the day to monitor his condition. On the evening of the same day, approximately 19 hours, the deceased gained entry into the residence of Mr. Elliot Kipkirui by pushing open the door while the padlock remained intact on the latch lock. Upon gaining entry, he allegedly inflicted a neck injury on himself using a kitchen knife. He was rescued and rushed to the Nairobi West Hospital, where emergency medical intervention, including administration of the 2 liters of normal saline, intubation, and cardiopulmonary resuscitation were undertaken. However, he succumbed to his injury while undergoing treatment at the emergency department. The postmortem examination conducted by the government pathologist established that the deceased sustained a neck incisions wound above the hyoid bone extending from the right side toward the left side. Honorable Speaker, the exhibition collected at the scene were also forwarded to the government chemist, with the results are being still waited for. The investigation are still ongoing. Upon completion of the investigation, the inquiry file will be forwarded to the ODPP. On the report of the finding, I think that has been already been stated that the investigations are ongoing. On the third one, an explanation of the circumstances under which the deceased person was allowed to leave the health facility despite his reported mental status, and whether the adequate precautions were taken care of, respond as follows. On the 5th, the deceased was taken to the college health facility for assessment for exhibiting signs of mental instability, and he was subsequently referred to the college counselor, who observed that he appeared intoxicated and stable. I think I had already mentioned that, and intoxicated. And the counselor recommended further medical intervention and made arrangement to take him to Bliss Hospital on the 6th February. However, the deceased declined immediately admission to a mental health facility, citing the need for fast to inform his family. Pending further medical intervention, the deceased was placed under observation with regular checks conducted during the day to monitor the condition. The college counselor monitored his progress and visited him at different intervals, including the 14:34 hour and the 16 hours. At approximately 17:30, the counselor visited his residence but did not find him there. The deceased was accommodated within the police lines, where he was known to both police officers and civilian staff, who continue to monitor his well-being. The intervention undertaken included medical assessment, the counseling, close observation, arrangement for further treatment and referrals, and the safeguarding him from the risk of self-harm. Following the incident, the response team attended the scene and rushed the deceased to Nairobi West Hospital, where emergency medical intervention, including administration of 2 liters of intravenous normal saline, intubation, and pulmonary resuscitation, known as CPR, were undertaken. However, he succumbed to his injury while undergoing treatment at the emergency department. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Member of Parliament for Kitui Rural, are you in the House? Proceed for your interrogation.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for those who have done econometrics, there is something called multicollinearity problem or issues. When you try to sort out that issue, you generate more issues which are even worse than the issue you are supposed to solve. Mr. Speaker, I have 3 issues which have come from that statement. 1, the statement is alleging that the victim inflicted himself a throat injury using a chicken knife. The first question is, who is this person who is alleging the person inflicted himself the injury? That's the first question. And the statement is not addressed that issue. 2, the statement is talking about recording a statement from 22 witnesses, including police officers, family members, and workmates. Mr. Speaker, these are incidents which happened on 5th February 2026 in Administration Police College, where there's security. But now the issue is, up to now, where is the report? From 5th February to now is 5 months. So where is the report? So where is the report? Mr. Speaker, the statement is also saying there was no foul play. Mr. Speaker, in my portal, in my telephone, it's clear that this person was slaughtered. So, and this is a case, you know, in 1990s, we had a case whereby somebody was murdered, but the statement from the police was that this person killed himself, poured acid on himself, and burned himself. So, Mr. Speaker, I reject that statement. I totally reject. In fact, if I was the chairman of that, I would not have read that statement. It's a half-baked statement. Thank you very much.
Chair, there are 3 issues you have to respond to. Proceed and respond to them. I hope you are following.
Yeah, I am.
Very well.
I am, Honorable Speaker. And to be honest, they were member.
Okay, let me do justice to that. You may take your seat. Let me hear a comment from Doctor and then yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I listen to what is being, the explanation that is being given, there's a very disturbing aspect that is coming out, that it was actually suspected this person was mentally unwell. He was actually taken to a health facility. Admission was recommended to an institution where he would be taken care of, and he was not admitted on the grounds that he declined and that his family, until his family is informed. That in itself is actually gross negligence, because the first sign of mental illness is lack of insight. You cannot hold responsibility on them that they decline. Now, normally there's provision that in that situation, there would be forced admission, or at least their families are found and they're kept in the facility until that is done. So to let them go, and then I gather that he was then taken to a police station or a place like that. If you can't admit somebody in a hostel who is mentally unwell, why are you putting them in another institution? So I think there's need to go further into it, particularly the person, the hostel or the institution that turned down the admission on the basis of that the patient declined. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We've heard you, Chair. You may now proceed and give your comments on the 3 issues.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. To my extent, I want to agree that the response given is a little bit very disturbing, because the Member of Parliament showed me the photo in his phone, which purportedly said to be of the victim. But, Honorable Speaker, given the circumstances to which the said victim, that he was mentally disturbed, he was actually in police facilities, I will just beg for patience to wait the investigation to take its due course. I know 6 months is still a little bit long time, but I want to assure the colleague and the family and the country that we are going to get to the bottom of the situation and come back with a satisfactory response in due course.
Very well. So you are agreeing it's not fully satisfactory, but investigations are going on. Very well. We may raise that matter there and wait for investigations. Yes, Honourable Member, what is it? Is it on the same? Okay. You are on a point of order.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I gave in my statement for the whole of last year. I was told to do it on affordable housing again this year. I was promised a response in 2 weeks after recess. I'm not getting any response, so I'm requesting for your intervention. I also did a statement on the issue of internal security, on the issue of the 18 girls that were sent home from Kigajo Training Institute. I was promised an answer 2 weeks after recess, Honorable Speaker. I'm not getting any idea of where the response is. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
We've heard you. Chair housing. Do you have the chair housing in the House? Yes. Any member of that committee? I think leader, other members, leader, I'm instructing you to deal with that matter by making sure that the chair housing is able to bring the statement. All the members who are in front of me, you are consulting, but a little bit too loud. I was asking the leader to actually get to the chair housing for a statement that was sought by the honorable member and has never been brought to the House. But on the second matter, we have the chair internal security on the 18 girls. Yes. Could you make a comment on the same? A statement was sought.
Yeah, I agree, Honorable Speaker. It's among the several questions we are still waiting for responses from the ministry. We are actually doing our best to see whether we can fast track and get the response in the course of the week.
But now I instruct you to expedite quickly so that the statement comes to the House. Now let's move to the next statement, and these are response to statements. This particular one, check it out. It is on frequent power outages and state of electricity infrastructure in Malindi constituency by Honorable Amina Mnyazi MP Malindi. Chair Energy? Yes, Mulanya.
Honorable Speaker, I have the response. I don't know if the honorable member is in the House to receive the response.
Is the Honorable Amina Mnyazi in the House? Thank you. She's not in the House. So table the statement. We move to the, yes, just table the statement. She's not in the House.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll table. Yeah.
We move to the next one. These are response to statements on delayed electricity connection in Malinya area by Honorable Bernard Shinali, Ikolomani. Is Honorable Bernard in the House? Very well, Bernard is in the House, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have the response in regard to the question raised by the Honorable Member for Ikolomani in relation to delayed electricity connection in Malinya area. Honorable Speaker, in regard to reason for the prolonged delay in connecting electricity to the Ikolomani Constituent Industrial Development Center at Malinya Market despite completion of the required infrastructure and payment of requisite connection charges, the response is as follows. The Micro and Small Enterprise Authority, on behalf of the Constituent Industrial Development Center at Malinya Market, applied for electricity connection under reference E 243-120-21-120-092 and was issued with a quotation amounting to Kenya shillings 1.8 million. Subsequently, partial payment totaling to a sum of Kenya shillings 1.7 million paid in two installments of 765,000 on 9th March 2022 and a sum of 1,001,000 paid on 20th May 2026 were made towards the connection, leaving an outstanding balance of 127,262 shillings. As the full quoted amount was not settled within the validity period of the quotation, which was 90 days, the quotation lapsed in accordance with the applicable connection procedure and was reviewed to reflect prevailing cost at the time of implementation. Following the review, a new quotation amount of 1.8 million has been issued, resulting in the outstanding amount required to facilitate completion of the connection to be 149,043. The delay in completing the connection has therefore arisen from the outstanding balance on the connection charges and the subsequent review of the quotation after expiry of the original validity period. Kenya Power remains committed to facilitating the connection and has continued to engage the customer to expedite the completion of the process. Question number 2, status of the electricity connection works, including the responsibilities of the respective agencies involved and the specific timeline for completion of the pending works to enable operationalization of the center for the benefit of the local enterprise of the resident of Ikolomani constituency. Honorable Speaker, the application remains active and the responsibilities of the respective parties are as follows. On micro and small enterprise authority, settlement of the outstanding connection charges under the revised quotation is required. Kenya Power, the completion of the electricity connection works and energization of the facility upon confirmation of the full payment and fulfillment of the applicable connection requirements. Ministry of Energy and Petroleum and other relevant government agencies continued coordination and support towards operationalization of the facility for the benefit of the local enterprises and residents of the Ikolomani constituency. A revised quotation amounting to a sum of Kenya shillings 1,892,406 shillings was issued on 26th June, and upon settlement of the outstanding balance of Kenya shillings 149,043, Kenya Power will prioritize the completion of the connection and energization of the facility within 28 days. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry and Kenya Power recognizes the importance of the center in supporting industrial development and employment creation and enterprise growth within Ikolomani constituents and are committed to supporting its operationalization at the earliest opportunity. On question number 3, measures being taken by the Ministry of Energy, Kenya Power and Lighting Company and other relevant agencies to safeguard the facility, machinery and public assets from the further deterioration, vandalization or theft pending operationalization. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum and Kenya Power appreciate the importance of safeguarding public investment pending operationalization of the facility. To enhance protection of the electricity infrastructure and associated public assets, Kenya Power continues to undertake community sensitization and public awareness programs within Malinya Market and the surrounding areas through stakeholder engagement, public barazas, and media campaigns. These initiatives promote community ownership of the public infrastructure and encourage prompt reporting of vandalism and theft incidents. Honorable Speaker, in addition, Kenya Power works closely with the local administrations, security agencies, community leaders, and other stakeholders to discourage vandalism, enhance surveillance of electricity infrastructure, and support protection of the public asset within the area. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry and Kenya Power remains committed to working with all stakeholders to ensure the facility is connected to the electricity and operationalization for the benefit of the residents of the Ikolomani constituency. That's the response, the Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Before Honorable Shinali takes to the floor, allow me to acknowledge the presence of the following schools, both in the Speaker's Gallery and the Public Gallery. In the Public Gallery, we have Victoria School, Kisumu Central, Kisumu County. We also have Bethel Junior Academy, Keses constituency, Wasingishu, and we also have Genesis Highway Junior School of Kisumu East, constituency, Kisumu County. In the speakers gallery, we have SOS School, Nyali, Mombasa, and then we have Tareni Day School, South Imenti in Meru. Let me ask the member for Kisumu, Shakir Shabir, is in the house, to welcome all the schools.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. It is my honor to welcome Genesis, and on behalf of my colleague, Honorable Dr. Aron, Even Victoria School is here, and we spent our younger days there. Welcome to the house, together with the other schools, KSS and others. And this is the house where laws are made, and we welcome you here. Thank you very much, sir.
Great Honorable Shakir, on behalf of the Speaker. Yes, Honorable. What is it? The Honorable Member on my extreme left. Yes, please give her the microphone. On your left.
Oh, it's okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have just stood to seek your indulgence. I actually requested for a statement.
Order. Just take your seat first. On behalf of the Speaker and the House at large, let me welcome all the schools who have visited the Parliament and wish you safe travel as you go back to your various schools. Yes, we can hear the Honourable Member now. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to seek your indulgence. I actually requested for a statement from the Ministry of Energy concerning 40 transformers from Getwi's constituency, and it's now more than 2 months since I sought for that statement. I'm just requesting for indulgence so that I can know the status. Thank you.
Very well. The chair or the representative of the chair energy is in the House, and therefore, Honorable Mulanya, when you'll be speaking, when you'll be replying to Honorable Shinali, you may also speak to that matter. Honorable Shinali.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mulanya is not giving us an accurate answer because, Honorable Speaker, the first quotation was 765,000, which was paid. By the time it was paid, it was adjusted with another 1 million shillings, Honorable Speaker. And when the million was paid, Honorable Speaker, they adjusted with 125. When I requested this statement, Honorable Speaker, it is now 149 to be topped up. The period it has taken, Honorable Speaker, the first quotation was in 2022. This is 2026. Kenya Power is inefficient. We have to call it what it is. We are not able to make any progress in development in our institutions because Kenya Power delays in connecting electricity, removing poles from roads when we are constructing. Honorable Speaker, we have one road which is being constructed, launched by the President, is going on. And the contractor has decided to leave Kenya Power poles in the road and continue with the work. Honorable Speaker, it is time that this House and the executive look into issue of electricity connectivity such that it's no longer a monopoly. Kenya Power is enjoying a monopoly. This is why we have this. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, the institution that has been built and machine equipped by MCEA has no security. It has been vandalized. If they connected the electricity now, we are not even sure that the machines will work. Honorable Speaker, it is time Kenya Power, when they are paid, they are given limited time within which they should be able to connect power. Honorable Speaker, I call upon the chair and the committee. Honorable Mulanya, I want an accurate answer. I want proper timelines. You can't sit on 1.7 million and say you cannot connect because of 140,000, which you have, the Kenya Power has just adjusted now. Which figure is bigger than the other, Honorable Speaker? Is it 1.7 million or 140,000? Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Mulanya will be dealing with the figures. I hope he's heard you. Let's hear Honorable Maungu. On the same? Yes.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
And then you'll follow.
For giving me an opportunity to also joyride on what Honorable Shinyari has said. And this is with regard to some inefficiencies being witnessed by Kenya Power. Mr. Speaker, we have programs that were initiated around 2024, connectivity, last mile connectivity. We went to our people, did public participations, and we had many programs, Mr. Speaker. A very good program that was going to uplift connectivity, especially in the western part of this country. But, Mr. Speaker, Kenya Power has been unable to expedite or ensure that this work is done. The President had a very good intention and was very intentional in ensuring that Western Kenya is powered. But Kenya Power is somebody, Mr. Speaker, either inefficiency or lack of it, Mr. Speaker. We'll reach the Energy Committee to really sanction Kenya Power and know what is the status of the massive electrification program that was to happen in Western Kenya, including Rwanda, where I come from. We went out in 2024 December, Mr. Speaker. This program was supposed to end last year in December. Right now, like in Rwanda, Mr. Speaker, about 27 projects. Right now, only 17 have been done. What's happening that there is that low uptake? Comparatively with REA has been a bit faster, but Kenya Power kuna shida.
Very well. Yes, let's hear Honorable here on the same. Joy Riders, you can take a little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to join.
Overwhelming now.
I want to join the two members, Honorable Shinali and Maungu, in actually bringing out the inefficiency in Kenya Power, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even the Honorable Maungu is talking about a project as recent as 2024. In my constituency, I have been pursuing 5 projects which were supposed to be implemented in 2019. Mr. Speaker, they gave rogue contractors. They cannot monitor efficiency. Poles have been standing in some of those projects for the last 7 years, Mr. Speaker. Every time you talk to Kenya Power, they are wishy-wishy. They claim that there is an investigation going on, while REREC, Mr. Speaker, is pushing very seriously, helping members of parliament to implement last-mile electricity projects in their constituencies, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to join in members in calling on the Energy Committee to bring order and to summon the CEO of Kenya Power, Mr. Speaker, to explain whether he is inefficient, he quits the job. We give many competent Kenyans to do that job, Mr. Speaker, because our people cannot be asking for development, and money has been given, and they are there buying their time, Mr. Speaker.
We have heard him, and he has really delivered his point. Oundo. Honorable Oundo. Yes,
thank you, Honorable Speaker. Now. This issue of last mile connectivity project through Kenya KPLC seems to be a very well-designed scheme to frustrate members of parliament. You remember, Honorable Speaker, and Mheshimiwa Mnyanya is very much aware that actually this project for Busia was launched in his constituency by the President. And I think it must have been there, was it 2023 or somewhere around there? Honorable Speaker, in my constituency, had about 27 projects. Since then, I've only accomplished 2. It's an embarrassing situation. And then when we say that the government is inefficient, people think we are talking out of nothing. It's practically every Kenyan can see. How can it take more than 2 years to just complete a small project? How inefficient can a government be? Can we make efforts to make sure this work is completed so that if there is any trace of respectability about this government, we can talk about it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Finally, let's hear Honorable there. And then we shall hear Wakili, and we conclude with Wakili. Take 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ride on what my colleagues have just discussed. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, Igembe Central, we have anti-poles, some erected, some lying on the roads for the last 3.5 years. And Mr. Speaker, whenever we try to talk to the contractor and the KPLC, they are always giving framed reasons. Last time, they were saying they have imported some cables and other electrical materials, and they have not been exempted from taxes. Mr. Speaker, I think KPLC, they have to come to their to do what they're supposed to be doing. And I also implore on the Committee on Energy to move fast, because now they are shaming the government. The president comes, declares that I've given this constituency 500 million for electricity, then nothing is happening. We only see the polls, and the community and the people, the supposed users, are just wondering, are we going to be using the polls as electricity? So, Mr. Speaker, it's really embarrassing, and KPLC should wake up.
Very well. And finally, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
No. We were to give Honorable...
there's somebody that side.
Yes. Well, yes. Gishimu. I know you're a senior counsel, but this time it was for Gishimu. Gishimu, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I must thank this government for being deliberate to connect as many people in this country with power. But I think what is lacking is the capacity on the contractors that are being given this work. Because money from the one bank is there for maximization and last mile connectivity. But you find that the contractors that were given this work are dilly-dallying in implementing what the government means well for the Kenyans. And I believe that is an area we need to check. And I believe, I agree with my honorable colleague who has said, we need to have the minister and the CEO implementing the last mile connectivity in this country to come for a kamukunji in this house. Because I believe money is there, but the implementing agency is going slow. And I believe, like in my constituency, because I'm also speaking for my constituency, I have 8 projects which are just lying, no pole deliveries, no connectivity, though I've been able to connect about 3 or 4. The others, like Emmanuel, Mushongwa, Karido, Gadiro, and Kebore are still lying. And I believe this is an area that requires a lot of intervention and urgency.
Honorable Martha, 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker, for your indulgence. And I want to ride on what other members have said, and I support Honorable Gishimu. There is this thing, Mr. Speaker, that the REREC team comes to the ground, does design, requests for paperwork, so they create hope that electricity is coming. Then when it is actually done, Mr. Speaker, they only say out of 100 people that they are going to do 30. Some of these REREC schemes, Mr. Speaker, like I have one in my constituency called Gatondo, they have waited for meters for 2 years, Mr. Speaker, and recently the PS came to my constituency and announced another. And Mr. Speaker, that puts us in a very bad situation because we look like we are lying, yet we are not the ones doing the implementation. Sending this team, they only should do that when the money is there and when they are assured that this will be done and done in good time.
Finally, Senior Counsel.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think we should call to order a Kenya Power and RELEC, because we may say that the government is inefficient when actually we know for sure that these responsibilities are delegated to RELEC and Kenya Power. And that this is exactly where the problem is, because when they give hope to citizens, then it fade away. Sincerely, that cannot be service delivery, and those CEOs and whoever is in charge should be called to book. And where there is a problem, they should either be told to rectify it, or eventually they should actually be shown the door. Because the reason we say this, everywhere in the country there is a hue and cry of electricity supply. We cannot bury our heads anymore. We know the budget is just about to be released by Treasury, and we must see RELEC and the Kenya Power all over the country supplying citizens with power, Tharaka constituency included. Thank you very much.
I think it has been flogged enough. Honorable Mulanya, I'll be speaking to you over this matter in a few, Leader. In fact, the whole matter is coming back to you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have not the concern raised by my colleagues on the issue. And first, in response to the issue raised by Honorable Shinali, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member acknowledged that the payments were made in 2 installments, and actually admits that the first payment of 765,884 was made on 9th March 2022. And the second installment of 1,001,000 was made in May 2026. This was made outside the contractual period of 90 days. And that's why Kenya Power had revised now the quotation from the initial amount of 1.7 million now to the sum of 1.8 million. So therefore requiring the agency to, the customer to top up a further sum of 149,043 shillings. That is the position. So if there are any other issues, perhaps we'll follow up on the issue with the Kenya Power so that we give the accurate position to the Honorable Member. On the other issues raised by my colleagues, Honorable Speaker.
And they're overwhelming, yes.
Pardon?
There are many issues.
Yeah, there are many issues. That's why I was saying that on the issue of delayed, actually this is the issue raised by the Honorable Maungu, Honorable Hillary, and Honorable Undo, and Honorable Karidho, and even Honorable Gashumo are related to the EFDB2 project. Honorable Speaker, this is an issue that we raised last week with the PS Energy, together with the CEO, Kenya Power, on why these particular projects were delayed. It's not true, as my Honorable Oundo put it, that the project was launched by the President in my constituency in the year 2023. It was actually launched in the year 2025. The true position is that the Kenya Power were experiencing problem with the donor funding element. The donors initially required that all invoices by the contractor be approved outside Kenya, which was in France, and that issue was resolved early this year. Now, the other issue that now was reported to the committee this last week when they had the last meeting was that the contractor was experiencing problem with the supply of electricity poles. We advised the PS to liaise with the Minister for Energy so that the contractor, in terms of contracting for the poles and materials required for this particular project, can be expedited so that this project can be completed. We are expecting a report this week to the committee, so I'm not in a position to give a proper response at this particular moment, because even as a committee, we are concerned about this delay and we are waiting for the response. On the issue raised by the Honorable Wangari on surveys by REREC, we have taken note of the same, and as a committee we'll follow up so that with the REREC so that we can have these particular services done properly. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Shinali, we really must execute and complete this business.
Honorable Speaker, I'm totally disagreeing with Honorable Mulanya. I was very clear. Honorable Mulanya is giving misleading information. MCEWA issued with a first invoice of 765. They paid. By the time they paid, again, a review was done. A top-up of another 1 million. They paid. And now there is also a review.
He's saying it was outside the contractual period.
No, that is not
I'm
true.
also following.
That is not true.
Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, you cannot pay less the amount of the invoice to Kenya Power. They'll always ask you to pay in full the invoice. I request Honorable Mulanya to get accurate information because he's giving this information to Kenyans. And somehow when Kenyans see this information and they know what they are doing, they know what has happened, Honorable Mulanya, it's second like members of parliament or this house is giving information which is not true.
Very well. Leader, are you still there? You wanted to speak to this?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the issue of electricity connections and power supply are very key, very crucial, because they take us to Singapore. You know, if we must walk on that path, on that road, drive in that airspace to Singapore, then one of the drivers that we must have is electricity connection and supply. Now we have two fundamental organs, that is REREC and Kenya Power, that are supposed to help us achieve this milestone. But what I see from both REREC and Kenya Power is a lot of inefficiency. And a lot of, because KPLC should be driven by business, because it's now a private enterprise. And every business enterprise is looking at profit. Now, profit does not come if you don't have customers. It is customers that give you money and you make profit. Now, Kenya Power is letting this country down, both the country and themselves, because if they're not connecting, if connections have been done by REREC and they're not providing meters, how then are they expected to make money? Enough money even to give a check to Exchequer, to pay their salaries for their workers and everyone. So I think we probably have the wrong people at Kenya Power that are letting us down, that are letting even the business down. Because you cannot be MD of Kenya Power who is not driven by profit. And profits can only come when we have enough connections. In fact, what I envisage is that Kenya Power should be pushing REREC to ensure all these social power projects are implemented so that they get more customers. But if they don't do that, then I don't understand which business school they went to. I don't. I really don't understand. Because this country must move forward, but Kenya Power must also move forward. Actually, energy companies in this world make more profit than even telcos. But what is happening at Kenya Power, the telcos are making more profit than energy companies, Honorable Speaker. So we would like to tell Kenya Power from the floor of this house, pull up your socks. Pull up your socks. Pull up your socks. Because that's what you need to do, so that Kenyans get the advantage of having electricity, so that when we are talking about Kenya beyond Vision 2030, we are talking about power connections. That's what we need. This country should not have even one village, one house, not having power at this level of development and this level of this country's development. We should not. But REREC also needs to have more innovative ways of raising funds. They should not just sit to wait for Exchequer. REREC should not just sit and say, tell an MP, look, we don't have enough money and therefore we cannot connect. Why are you there? Why are you there? You are formed to ensure that you do the right things, including looking for innovative ways of getting money to connect homes. Honorable Speaker, the people of Kilifi North always ask me, when are we getting power? I am in government, and I am happy being in government, Honorable Speaker. But REREC should not let down. They have a mission. They have a mandate. And they should not just sit back. Supposing Exchequer doesn't give them money, will they shut up the company, or they just be receiving salaries? Honorable Speaker, REREC must do their job, the job for which they were created. If they don't, they should ship out. I thank you.
But I think you should have extended this beyond just lamentation, because I gave you this last chance as leader. And as leader, then we must interrogate. And therefore, I'm now instructing that your office, yes, because that lamentation is everywhere. You can see Macau is on his floor. Everyone wants to speak on Kenya Power. Members, do specific questions between now and the time when we are asking the leader to call the CEO and PS of energy in the House. So, and REREC equally, so that members can deal with this. This matter is really concerning every member. Macau, you may take your seat, I know. And I'm intervening in a way that will help you. So, do questions, and in the next 2 weeks, that means next 2 weeks, the following Wednesday, bring to the House the CS Energy and the PS Energy and REREC CEO. Because this is very important also for not just Kenyans, but for members, because this is a business, core business of these members of the House. Yes?
PS Energy. The CS Energy accompanied by the PS and the two CEOs.
Very well.
Thank you.
We raise the matter there. Thank you, honorable members, so that we may proceed. Macau, what is it? Give Macau, we hear him, but we have closed that matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, anytime you see members from both sides of this House concerned, it is a matter that is affecting Kenyans.
Sure.
One thing I want to commend the Deputy Leader of Majority is that it is true. When you look at how Kenya Power is conducting its business and RILEC, then it leaves a lot to be admired. And I am so happy to hear him say he finds it very difficult to explain to his people what is happening despite him being in the government. One, Mr. Speaker, when the CS and the PS comes to this House, we must now, as a House, align budget of one, we even begin with Ketraco, the transmission of that power, then how it goes to RILEC, then how Kenya Power comes in. And Mr. Speaker, in fact, I feel very embarrassed by Kenya Power. They are totally confused. Even right now, they don't know regions. I have seen them in Joska. Joska is in Mavoko. And before, Kenya Power used to control Joska from Ruai, which is Nairobi. Now they transferred those functions to Tala office. Then the same people from Kenya Power are going to Joska and its environs and telling them they stole meters from Nairobi. Yet they're the ones who fixed them, they are the ones who sold to them, and they are now disconnecting homes because of their inefficiency. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree with you totally. We need to call the CAs here and the PS and let them tell us how much money they are allocating to those two power agencies, RILEC and Kenya Power.
Very well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, members. Don't let yourselves down, and please document what you are now telling me, so that on that day, these comes as specific questions about your constituencies. I'm also affected. I'll be doing the same. Let's move to the next response, and this one is on registration of community groups and community-based organizations by Honorable Joyce Kamene. This is the chair, social protection. Are you in the house? And is
Yes.
Honorable Joyce in the house? Joyce Kamene, she's in the house, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Joyce Kamene, MP for Machakos County on 17th of June 2026, requested for a statement on the floor of the House regarding registration of community-based organizations. And Honorable Speaker, on the steps being taken by the ministry to ensure implementation of a user-friendly platform to streamline the registration process for community-based organizations, popularly known as CBOs, Mr. Speaker, the State Department for Social Protection and Senior Citizens Affairs, through its Directorate of Social Development, is mandated to register community groups and community-based organizations as per the Kenya Groups Registration Act Cap 108A of the laws of Kenya. Pursuant to Executive Order number 1 of 2025 and the Government Directive on Digitization of Public Services and mandatory use of e-citizen platform for the government fees and charges, the Directorate operationalized the Community Development Management Information System, CDMIS, as the official platform for registration, management, and oversight of community-based organizations. The CDMIS is integrated with the e-citizen to support online application submission, electronic payment, document verification, and approval processes, Mr. Speaker. However, the system is not yet fully end-to-end, as issuance and collection of registration certificates is still done physically or manually. Despite this, the digitized process have significantly reduced manual handling, improved processing efficiency, and enhanced transparency and accountability. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the State Department has diversified service delivery channels through Huduma centers, where applicants may now apply for registration and collect registration certificates near home. This decentralization of services points to points have improved accessibility, reduced travel costs for applicants, and brought services closer to communities across the country, Mr. Speaker. To improve usability, the State Department continues to refine the system through simplification of application workflows, reduction of unnecessary data entry requirements, and enhancement of user interface to make it more accessible to users with varying levels of digital literacy. The system is also being strengthened through ongoing enhancements focused on stability, cybersecurity, data integrity, and interoperability with other government systems to ensure reliable and secure service delivery. Overall, Mr. Speaker, the implementation of CDMIS, supported by e-citizen integration and continuous system improvements, has enhanced efficiency, accessibility, and transparency in the CBO registration process. Honorable Speaker, on whether the ministry has undertaken a review of registration process and related costs to ensure efficiency in delivering service to low-income communities and vulnerable populations, Mr. Speaker, the Directorate of Social Development undertook a nationwide public participation during the development of the regulations to Community Groups Registration Act, Capo 8A, the draft Community Groups Regulations, Mr. Speaker. A regulatory impact assessment was also conducted and a statement prepared, since it was noted that provisions of the Act relating to registration of groups would impose significant costs on the community, Mr. Speaker. During this process, stakeholders raised concerns relating to registration requirements, administrative procedures, and the prescribed fees. These views were systematically collected, consolidated, and considered in the review and refinement of the draft regulations to ensure that they are responsive to the needs of community groups, particularly low-income and vulnerable populations, Mr. Speaker. Feedback received from stakeholders and members of the public directly informed the ongoing policy and regulatory review process, with a focus on enhancing registration framework, with a focus on enhancing efficiency, reducing administrative burdens, and ensuring that the registration framework remains inclusive and accessible to all categories of community organizations, Mr. Speaker. The draft regulations have since been finalized and are currently before the Office of the Attorney General for processing prior to publication and eventual submission to Parliament for placement before the Chepkonga-led Committee on Delegated Legislation for approval, Mr. Speaker. This stage is intended to assure legal conformity, policy coherence, and alignment with the broader government framework governing community development structures. Mr. Speaker, the registration fees prescribed in the schedule to the draft regulations are as follows, Mr. Speaker, and it is important for me to mention. For community-based organizations, registration costs will be 5,000 shillings, renewal 500, and replacements 2,500. For self-help groups, Mr. Speaker, registration will be 1,000, renewal 300, and replacement 500. Community project will cost 1,000 to register, Kenya shilling 200 for renewal, and Kenya shillings 500 for replacement, Mr. Speaker. To conduct a name search, for all community groups, the cost is set at 100 shillings per application, which cuts across even the business registration, Mr. Speaker. These proposed fees were determined through review process during the regulatory impact assessment in order to balance affordability for community groups with the need to sustain administrative regulatory functions of the State Department. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that all payments are made electronically through the e-citizen platform in line with government policy on cashless service delivery. Mr. Speaker, this has enhanced transparency, reduced leakages, and improved efficiency in revenue collection and service delivery. Overall, the review, Mr. Speaker, the review process, Mr. Speaker, has been structured to ensure that the registration framework.
Chairman, you know, when a member rises on a point of order, and me being a seasoned moderator, let's hear what is really out of order.
Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of respect for the Honorable Chairman. Honorable Mutahi is the only person who is guaranteed to have a seat here next year. Mr. Speaker, we have just discussed about Kenya Power, the connectivity. Mr. Speaker, there are CBOs back in your constituency who cannot access to a cyber, who cannot access to power. How can these CBOs apply or pay electronically, Mr. Speaker?
You are out of order.
Mr.
You are
Speaker,
completely out of order. And being a seasoned member of the House, and especially when I'm seated here and you rise on a point of order, I give you the seriousness with which it deserves. You know the real time when you would have rose to speak to this. And indeed, I would have still given you the time. Proceed, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for protecting me from my friend Macau. He should have given me the benefit of finishing the response so that he can interrogate after the questioner, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Overall, the review process has been structured to ensure that the registration framework conducted in line with the provisions of the Community Groups Registration Act Cap 108A is efficient, transparent, and responsive to the needs of low-income and vulnerable communities while maintaining accountability, sustainability in service provision. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, measures put in place to ensure...
You need to summarize.
I'm finishing up, Mr. Speaker. To ensure that we support vulnerable groups to facilitate formal recognition without penalties on compliance. Mr. Speaker, you will allow me this because I think it was the core of Mheshimiwa Kamene. The State Department has undertaken structured capacity building for sub-county social development officers on the use of administration of the Community Development Management Information Systems. This is aimed at strengthening front-line support to community groups, particularly vulnerable and marginalized populations. At the community level, sub-county officers provide direct assistance to groups with limited digital literacy, Mr. Speaker, or inadequate access to ICT resources, Mr. Speaker. This ensures that the vulnerable groups are not excluded from registration due to technical or capacity-related constraints. These measures are complemented by targeted sensitization awareness, creation initiatives to ensure understanding of registration requirements and procedures. Collectively, Mr. Speaker, they are intended to promote facilitated compliance and ensure that community groups achieve formal recognition without undue penalties arising from capacity limitations. Honorable Speaker, I submit.
The Honorable Kamene. Joyce Kamene, MP.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, I've heard the reply, but I'm not satisfied at all. First, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the charges that he's talking about that have been spelled out, that this is not what is in the ground. I can tell you for sure, last month, I was with them registering, and these are the fees that you were given, 5,550 for the e-citizen, 2,000 for updating the system, 1,000 certificate of training for the groups, 200 for printing of certificate. So when you stand here and say that they only pay 5,000, I wonder which is this you're talking about. And as we know, these are vulnerable women who are trying at least to come together and start off their small projects that will empower them. And for them to be recognized, we need to give them at least some special prizes. If it is 5,000, let it be 5,000. Don't bring in these added fees that do not even appear here. And when you talk of them being an e-citizen, I ask myself, women in Lungulweni, to get to the e-citizen, surely, where will they get these services? There are so many areas in Kidhukini. I've been there and they keep asking the same question. Why can't these systems be improved? At least, yes, I know you're trying to improve them, but a lot has to be done. And please, can you find out very well, what are these charges? Because what you've told us is not what exactly. There's a big difference between 8,250 and 5,000. Please, let's protect our women, because we need them to come together to start these activities so that they can support themselves from the grassroots. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Makau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sorry for not following the flow of the debate, but however, it really hurt me, and I thought the memory of how Kenya Power has disadvantaged Kenyans really drove me to ask that question. However, my proposal to this chairman will be, for example, because now we realize it is not possible and easy for all CBOs or CBO members who will wish to apply or even be registered or renew, they don't have the luxury of doing the same because of being disadvantaged by that connectivity, both of internet and power. I am requesting my good friend to request the ministry and the relevant authorities that are charged with that function, that even some of the forms could be distributed through the county MPs or even through the administration. You know, the assistant chiefs, the chiefs, we have those forms so that they can apply through them, and then they reach the relevant offices so that Kenyans can benefit from wherever they are, however local, however, you know, interior they are. So, Mr. Chairman, I think we need to promote our groups, and if we have to realize the dream of going to Singapore, it begins from us empowering these women and the youth of this country. I thank you, Speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also appreciate the social fiber that these self-help groups usually provide at the local level, and they need to be supported. And the regulations that I must comment that the ministry is working on the regulations, and because the committee where I sit, chaired by Honorable Chepkonga, is an adversarial committee, it can only consider what has been brought before the committee. I request that the chair, the committee fast track and oversight the ministry to bring the regulations, and we'll be able to consider them. I'm happy also Honorable Joyce Kamene, the one who sought for the statement, also sits in that committee, and we'll be able to consider and make sure that the groups pay a reasonable amount, which is not exorbitant, for them to be able to operate. Thank you.
Honorable Mtunga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, I would like to add my voice to the issue of formed groups or forming groups and the way they are handled by the offices, especially the Office of the Social Development. Honorable Speaker, we have decrees that indicate the number of people who should even join these groups. And sometimes it is difficult to share benefits, especially when you look at the devolved funds, or rather the declared funds like the Women Enterprise Development Fund, the Youth Enterprise, and so on. It is very little. Sometimes 100,000 shillings for 30 people, it takes, it is very little when divided. It is good for the regulations to capture the numbers in terms, by way of inducing. There's nothing wrong with having a group of 5 if they can agree to do the work, so that at least when they share this money, it makes sense. The other issue, Honorable Speaker, is a turnaround time. Sometimes women groups are delayed at these offices because of a signature, for instance, of a person who is not present, or because the officer is not in the office, and it takes months before and they keep on going there. It is important for officers in the offices to realize that people are wasting time to go to these offices. I've had cases in my constituency where officers have deliberately delayed women groups from progressing because they are not available, and it is not right. So it's good to be sympathetic to them. Payments aside, they also need to be proactive and responsive to the women groups.
Chair, and as you answer, this was a very good question from Honorable Joyce Kamene, because even in our areas, we don't hear of 5,000, we hear of 7,000. You could also speak to how will it be transmitted back to the constituencies and the lowest level, that those are the costs that should be charged. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the passion of the Honorable Joyce Kamene, because like all of us, Mr. Speaker, we understand that women and all these vulnerable community members are the foundation and engines of economic development at the grassroots level. Mr. Speaker, the charges that I was attributing to are not the charges that the Honorable Joyce Kamene is talking about. I am talking about the charges that have been proposed in the regulations. So what I was reading, Mr. Speaker, could be different from what Honorable Joyce Kamene is saying, because these regulations are yet to come into force. They are currently at the Attorney General's office for processing and then for transmission to Parliament. So when those regulations come to the floor of the House, Mr. Speaker, and they are processed by the delegated committee, this will be the official fees that will be then posted across the country, and to remove the brokers who overcharge 8,000, Mr. Speaker. The regulations are intended to clean that space and that mess, Mr. Speaker, where the dubious charges which cannot be accounted for were springing from all corners of the country, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to agree with Honorable Makau, because this thing is connected to power, because power carries the fiber optic. So if we do not take deliberate action to make power available in all corners, this thing will be a deferred dream. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the presence, every so often, Mr. Speaker, we come before the Budget Committee for enhanced resources to make sure that we have sub-county social development officers in every constituency. But, Mr. Speaker, this House, because you know the priorities are going to roads, brick and mortar, while leaving the real engine that is supposed to transform, this sector has always been left. So, Mr. Speaker, you will help us so that when we bring a request to this House that we need to enhance the officials on the ground so that the accelerated activity reaches the most targeted, Mr. Speaker, resources are availed so that we do that. Otherwise, from the ministry perspective, I want to confirm to this House that the ministry is committed to making sure that these processes are available at every remote village in this republic, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
As we raise the matter, I would want to indulge Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Honorable Millie, because you sit in the House Business Committee, and there's this regulation that is lying at the Attorney General's office on the fees to be charged for registration of all these community groups. If you could please raise it at the House Business Committee so that it can be undertaken by the Speaker, because these will really help many people. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll take it up.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 16, Committee of the Whole House.
Order, honorable members. We are now in the committee of the whole for the Public Participation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2025.
Clause 3.
I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. There is a proposed amendment. Chair Jailak.
Wrong. Yes, we have it. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 3 be amended as shown on the order paper. We're just making a slight typo to add the article 174C, which provides for public participation as one of the objects of devolution. Purely to add an article that has been left out. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Very well. I propose the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed by the chair. If you intend to speak on this, kindly use the intervention. I now put the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 3 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 4 and 5.
These have no amendments. Honorable members, I propose the question that clauses 4 and 5 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 4 and 5 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I propose the question that clause 6 be part of the bill. Chair Jailak.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I beg to move that clause 6 be amended as shown on the order paper with a slight reamendment which appears as clause 6D. And what we propose to do here is to have it state as follows. In the case of the judiciary, the courts established under Article 162 of the Constitution, and the justification is that while we have given institutions to be responsible for public participation, there was a proposal that the CRJ be responsible for the judiciary, but we feel that because we have removed the other CEOs, so that it remains forever, that it's the institution that is responsible for public participation. For the case of the judiciary, we must also bring it under all the courts established under Article 162 of the Constitution. I beg to move.
Very well. I propose the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 6 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I propose the question that clause 7 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 7 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, before the next clause, allow me to recognize in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon, Kipsingei Secondary School from Sotik Constituency, Bomet County, and in the public gallery, Elimu Academy from Nyari Barichache, Kisii County. You are welcome to observe the proceedings of the House. And honorable members, on clause 6, the proposal of amendment by the leader of majority was automatically dropped because it was very similar to the chair's amendment.
Clause 8.
I propose the question that clause 8 be part of the bill. There is a proposed amendment, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I do move that clause 8 be amended as shown on the order paper. We are introducing subclause 1, which reads that a responsible authority shall be for undertaking a public participation exercise. Give reasonable notice to the public. The justification to this is that we must provide for a reasonable notice, which is determined by the nature of the matter under consideration, the importance of the matter under consideration, the impact of the matter under consideration, and any constitutional or statutory timelines. This is why we call it reasonable, so that it varies from one matter to another matter, depending on whether there are timelines or depending on what is reasonable in the circumstances, considering the matter in issue. Thank you.
I propose the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed by the chair. Oundo.
Chair, I like the amendments, so to speak, but I'm just apprehensive by just using the word reasonable notice. You leave room for discretion, you leave room for a mischief, and I can assure you the courts are going to be indebted with so many of these cases to define what's reasonable notice given the nature of the matter at hand. It is so open-ended, it's likely to be abused. I don't know what else. I know you are better in these terms of reasonable time. I don't know what else can you put it such that it makes it more certain. As it is so uncertain, it is going to water down the purpose and intent of this bill. Thank you, Chair.
Very well. Member for Gachagua.
Honorable Chair, I support the amendment because reasonableness is a term that is usually used in law because you may not be able to categorize all the instances whereby public participation is to be undertaken. So it depends on the weight of the matter. And we may not be able to categorize that a constitutional amendment will require this period of time, a statutory amendment will require a referendum or many other things that we may have to participate. And it's not only in the lawmaking. This is a law that will require public participation on where a decision has to be made by the authorities. So I think we retain the reasonableness, which the court knows how to assess based on the law.
Very well, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Gishimo. Exactly that is what reasonableness means. We would have put a timeline, but the timeline may not be effective because in some cases, we may have a provision that public participation has to be done within a year. Then if we put 30 days, that becomes unreasonable. In other cases, public participation may have to be done within 7 days. If we put 14 days, then again that becomes unreasonable. So the best thing to do is to leave it to the discretion of an arbiter like a judge. When the matter is taken before him, he will consider whether the timelines given were reasonable or not reasonable. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Allow me then to put the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 8 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 9, 10, and 11.
I propose the question that clauses 9, 10, and 11 be part of the bill. These have no amendments. I now put the question that clause 9, 10, and 11 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
I propose the question that clause 12 be part of the bill. Chairperson Jailak.
Thank you very much. Allow me kindly to move that clause 12 be amended as shown on the order paper. This is where we propose to introduce subclause 2, which will read as follows. A responsible authority shall, as soon as is practicable after the conclusion of a public participation exercise, prepare a report. The justification is that we require the responsible authority to report on the outcome of the public participation exercise, which is actually the practice today, whether by parliament, whether by the courts, whether by even the chiefs in their local jurisdictions. They have to prepare a report after public participation so that everybody knows what the outcome is. I beg to move.
Very well. I therefore propose the question that clause 12 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 12 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 12 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
I propose the question that clause 13 be part of the bill. This has no amendment. I put the question that clause 13 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
I propose the question that clause 14 be part of the bill. Mover.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I beg to move that clause 14 be amended as shown on the order paper with a slight amendment which would read, or which is an addition, with the following words, and may include simplified versions of the documents where appropriate. The entire clause now will read, a responsible authority shall facilitate the public with prior access to the documents relating to the matter under consideration in a public participation exercise and may include simplified versions of the documents where appropriate. The rationale is to provide for prior dissemination of information and simplified versions of the information to promote meaningful and effective public participation. Exactly that. I beg to move.
Very well. I propose the question that clause 14 be amended as proposed by the chair. Ishimu.
Honorable Speaker, I support, actually this provision will prevent a situation whereby the participants in a public participation would be ambushed with information in which they are supposed to make contributions. I support.
Very well. I now put the question that clause 14 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 14 is amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
I propose the question that clause 15 be part of the bill. Mover.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I beg to move that clause 15 be amended as shown on the order paper, and we have explained the introductions to be made. The rationale is to ensure that we do regulate the conduct of responsible authorities during public hearings and require them to facilitate the enjoyment of the freedom of expression by participation. I beg to move.
I propose the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 15 is amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 16.
I propose the question that clause 16 be part of the bill. Has no amendment. I now put the question that clause 16 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
I propose the question that clause 17 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that clause 17 be amended as shown on the order paper, where we are introducing two subsections shown on the order paper. The justification is that we have to redraft the proviso that allows houses of parliament and county assemblies to incorporate specific guidelines on public participation and in their standing orders for purposes of clarity, so that when it comes to public participation for the National Assembly or the Senate, we go to our standing orders, and the same for the county assemblies. I beg to move.
I therefore propose the question that clause 17 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 17 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Good to note here before I put the global question that the leader of majority had a similar amendment which falls automatically. I therefore put the question that clause 17 is amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 18 and 19.
I propose the question that clauses 18 and 19 be part of the bill. These have no amendments. I now put the question that clauses 18 and 19 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 20.
I propose the question that clause 20 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to move that Clause 20 be amended as shown on the order paper, and this is a deletion. What we are doing essentially is to remove the criminal liability with respect to the conduct of public participation from individual persons. Public participation is actually meant for institutions across the country, unless where the person is doing it personally, and therefore we cannot attach any criminal liability on any one person. It should be the responsibility of the institution, and where that does not happen, we have provided new sanctions.
Very well. I therefore propose the question that clause 20 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Funyula.
Chair, the chair of the committee is being clever as he is. Normally he's a good man. But honestly speaking, Chair, those offices are held by human beings. They are held by persons. They are not just institutions, so to speak. They are persons who move them and get them working. Removing criminal liability is essentially to tell that person that you're giving them a free license to break the law and break the constitution. It's not tidy. It's not tidy. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Very well. Ishimo?
Honorable Chair, in a previous provision, clause, we said that we limit the public participation to the institution, not to any officer of an institution, so that in case of any problem, that the institution will be answerable depending on the matter that is at hand. So, Honorable Speaker, when we lay criminal liability against an individual, then it beats the entire purpose of laying or having the institution responsible. So I believe let's remove it as proposed by the chair. Then the institution will be answerable depending on the person who is mandated, because we don't know exactly within that institution who will be mandated to do that public participation or to conduct it.
Mutunga?
Chair, and institutional practice and management, there is always a proviso for the governance organ which makes certain decisions that decide on who to bear the liability. So giving the institution that mandate is better for us. We are better placed than placing the responsibility to the individual running the institution at that particular point in time.
Very well. Allow me, members, to put the question that clause 20 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a counter opinion say nay? The ayes have it. It's important to note that the leader of majority's amendment, proposed amendment, falls automatically on this.
Clause 21.
I propose the question that clause 21 be part of the bill. No amendment. I now put the question that clause 21 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a counter opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clauses. New clause 20A.
Mover, move second reading.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move the second reading of the new clause 20A, which is an introduction to cure what Honorable Oundo was worried about. It is new 20A, which reads as follows. The High Court may void a public participation exercise conducted in willful violation of the provisions of this Act. And I also beg to move a slight amendment to the new clause 20A to add the following words after this Act: after considering representations from a responsible authority. This means a person wishing to void any public participation exercise will be free to go to court, but will not get an ex parte order. And if the ex parte order is given, it is not final order, because the court will be under an obligation to hear representations from the responsible authority regarding exactly what took place. And The rationale is to provide that any public participation exercise conducted in willful violation of the provisions of this bill may be voided by the High Court after hearing representation from the responsible authority. And here we have used the word void, may be voided. It means it is not void ab initio until somebody goes to court for voiding, purely because there are instances that may arise when public participation may be necessary, but actually it cannot be conducted. For example, in the cases of emergencies, or in the cases of tragedies, or in the cases of plagues that may be there for the country. Thank you. I beg to move.
Very well. Allow me to propose the question. I propose the question that the new clause 20A be now read a second time. Geshimo?
Thank you, Chair. I support that amendment as moved by the Chair. And just akin to the voiding of public participation by the court is also what we do as the Committee of Delegated Registration. We do not criminalize the person who did not do proper public participation, but we move to annul before the House if the proper procedures for public participation were not followed. So I think that amendment is quite good, and actually it addresses the issue and the concern that had been raised by Honorable Oudo.
Honorable Oudo, is member for Gachagua speaking for you?
No, he doesn't speak for me. Doesn't speak for me. He speaks for people of Gachagua, and himself, may I speak for an inch. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Chair, I'm trying very hard to understand the intention of Sir George. If the intention is to water down the bill, then probably he has successfully succeeded. But if it was to strengthen public participation as required under the Constitution, then we are doing a very great injustice to the people of Kenya. Because the spirit of the Constitution was there that any matter that has got direct impact on the people of Kenya must be taken for public participation. But the way they think that it's drafted here, it seems now it's going to be discretionary. Somebody, an authority, will decide whether to do it or not, and then look for clever ways to go and defend that decision in a court of law. You are making it extremely cumbersome, expensive, and generally denying Kenyans the right to express on their matter. It might get you away, but I just want to alert Kenyans that that's where the details are. Take care. We are being taken for a ride. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, do you have something to add?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair. Honorable Udo is misunderstanding this because I have given instances when you may not be. Public participation constitutionally is mandated for every venture, every law, every public policy, whatever it is that every person has to do. However, it is not mandatory in all circumstances because there may arise cases where we are not able to do it. For example, in case of an emergency, or if there is a pandemic in the country, or if there are other urgent matters that need to be attended to. This is the reason we are saying, if for any reason public participation is not conducted, the remedy is for any aggrieved party to go to court and apply to void that particular either public participation or whatever act was done without that public participation. And the court, after hearing both parties, will now make a decision that is just to all the parties.
Honorable members, remember we are on Committee of the Whole. I'll start with the Undo.
Even Sir Joe is making the matter even more worse than I thought it should be. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, contemplating that you can actually proceed and constitutionally for some flimsy excuses is a sad day for the country, Kenya. And remember, Honorable Chair, if you look at how he has moved the amendments, as opposed to what's on the other paper, it means that while even when the matter is in court to determine the validity or otherwise, the court cannot give an ex parte injunction. So it means the decision arising out of impunged, process, that impugned process, challenged process, can still be executed regardless, and the matter can take into court as long as they wish to be. It is a dangerous provision. We are literally killing the spirit of public participation as envisaged in the law, in the Constitution of Kenya. There can never be any situation, Honorable Chair, that can negate constitutional provision. There can never be.
What is out of order, Murugara?
Honorable Udo is totally wrong in this one to say there cannot be any instance when we can move without public participation. There are instances. For example, if today we are attacked by a foreign sovereign power and therefore we have to go to war, the Constitution makes provisions on how the country can go to war, including how that war is declared, and there is quick legislation that has to be done. Surely, Oudo, we cannot go to public participation.
Geshogo, MP Geshogo. Hold on, Oudo.
Chair, it's true that public participation is a requirement under our Constitution, Article 118. What was lacking is the law on the procedure of this public participation, and that is what is before this House. The procedure has been properly given. So if someone offends that law, is Honorable Undo saying that the court cannot void? If someone does not follow the right procedure of public participation as required by now the law that we are coming up with and the regulations, does it mean that this parliament will just ignore it? So there has to be a procedure of annulling and addressing the authority to rectify. The same case that the court, if you don't meet the requirements as per the law that we are making today, then the court can void that public participation for having not adhered to the Constitution and the law which you are making today.
I know you have referred to the Committee on Delegated Legislation. The good thing is that myself, yourself, Oundo, and Murugara have been members of the Delegated Legislation Committee. Member for Tigania East first. Tigania West, rather.
Yeah, Honourable Speaker, if you give me Tigania East, I will have a problem. Honourable Speaker, we have made progress as a country to even think of having a law on public participation. And actually, it is the implementation of our Constitution, it's in the spirit of implementing our Constitution that this particular law is being discussed today. So, Honourable Speaker, we cannot assume that now that we have a law on public participation, everything will go on as expected or as stated. Sometimes, something can go wrong in the process of conducting public participation. So there must be checks and balances and possibilities, ways of redressing some of those anomalies if they occur. So that I think we go by the amendment as proposed by the Chair.
Emase?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to just refer to what has been said by the Chair. Chair, a law must be very clear and precise. Whereas this law is meant to guide, is providing the procedures for public participation, it should be specific. In areas where the Chair said that there are exceptions, I agree with him, the exceptions. There are times when you cannot be able to carry out that public participation. But I would want to suggest, can we be specific under which circumstances so that the law is not abused? Thank you, Chair.
I see the Busia team seems to agree. Nyamai?
Chair, first of all, I would like to congratulate the committee and the House for getting this far.
on this public participation bill, and I would like to agree with the chairman that there are situations where time does not even allow for the process of public participation. So there are situations where this can be allowed, that the court can make a decision that this does not happen. So, Chair, I support the chairman.
Owen, were you on this? Finally.
Thank you. I have so many minds. Thank you. Chair, I just want to address this issue and tell the Honorable Oundo, you know, I wouldn't be worried if you drive on the principle that the Constitution is always supreme. And that is a very important concept, and I'm happy that you're listening. Very important concept, such that if this law offends the Constitution reigns supreme. And therefore, you should be little worried about this. The High Court may avoid a public participation exercise conducted in willful violation of the provisions of this Act. But this Act is inferior to the Constitution. And therefore, I think the amendment that the Honorable Sir George Best is trying to make is actually in tandem with what is constitutionalism. And therefore, I think we just need to support it and move forward.
Honorable members, allow me then to put the question. To put the question that new clause 20A be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now propose the question that new clause 20A be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 20A be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The leader of majority's amendment was similar, so it falls automatically.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. There is a proposed amendment, Chair.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I beg to move that clause 2 be amended as shown on the order paper. This is purely a definition of public participation. And what we want to do is remove the word involving, appearing immediately after the word's process of, and substituting, therefore, the word engaging. And in our view, engaging looks a better terminology than involving, because it is calling upon people to interact with them, and then you arrive at a decision. Purely semantics. We feel engaging is actually better than involving. I beg to move.
Very well. I propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. Oundo.
No, Sir George is my friend. For this, I agree with you totally. You see, as Linda Mwananchi, we engage the people on daily basis. So now when you use the word engagement, it warms my heart. Thank you.
Very well. I now put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. You even have an amendment for the title. Okay, Chair.
There is, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We do have an amendment proposed for the title. It's called the long title of the bill, and we have shown it on the order paper, and I move that it be amended as shown on the order paper. What we are doing is purely to provide for Article 174C to be included in the long title. Your recollection would be that we had Article 174 introduced in one of the amendments in here, and this is why we wanted to have it amongst the other articles that are in the long title. I beg to move.
You introduced it at clause 3. I therefore propose the question that the title be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that the title be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the title as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, we have come to the end of this committee for the Public Participation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44. Mover, can you move report? Can you move reporting? Yeah, on behalf of Honorable Otiende.
Wait, which one? This. Sorry.
Yeah, it is on behalf of the movers. That
Okay.
is Otiende Amolo and Samuel Chepkonga.
All right, so on behalf, Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report
Us to deal with the bill, the Plant Protection Bill. So as at this moment, we are now in the committee for the Plant Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2025.
Clauses 3, 4, and 5.
Order members, I propose the question that clauses 3, 4, and 5 be part of the bill. These have no amendments. I now propose the question that clauses 3, 4, and 5 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I propose the question that clause 6 be part of the bill. Mutunga, are you the one prosecuting amendments? Are you ready to propose to prosecute amendments on clause 6?
Yeah. Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 6 be amended as proposed in the order paper. The reason being that, Honorable Chair, we want to incorporate professionals and technical input of CARO and other research institutions on the establishment of what we are calling operations of the clinics.
Very well. I therefore propose the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 6 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11.
I propose the question that clauses 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 be part of the bill. These have no amendments. I now put the question that clauses 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
I propose the question that clause 12 be part of the bill. Chair, move amendment.
Honorable Chair, I move that clause 12 be amended as per the order paper. The reason being that we need to ensure that the persons incorporated in the technical committees have the requisite technical expertise, and also to specify the 2 members to represent the private sector and the agrochemical dealers. Private sector who are the agrochemical dealers and the farmers.
Very well. I therefore propose the question that clause 12 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 12 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 12 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30.
Honorable members, I propose that clauses 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30 be part of the bill? Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 31.
I propose the question that clause 31 be part of the bill. Chairperson, move amendment.
Honorable Chair, I move that clause 31 be amended as per the order paper. The reason being that we would like to change from the county executive member to the county government to give county governments flexibility to assign responsibilities accordingly.
Very well. I propose the question that clause 31 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 31 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 31 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 32 and 33.
I propose the question that clauses 32 and 33 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 32 and 33 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 34.
I propose the question that clause 34 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 34 be amended as per the order paper. The reason being that we still would like to create that flexibility for the county government to assign responsibilities accordingly, because they are varied. The county governments are different in terms of their arrangement.
Very well. I propose the question that clause 34 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 34 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 34 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 35 and 36.
I propose the question that clauses 35 and 36 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 35 and 36 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 37.
I propose the question that clause 37 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I move that clause 37 be amended as per the order paper. The reason being that we would like still to change from county executive member, committee member to county government.
Very well. I propose the question that clause 37 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 37 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 37 is amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, and 50.
I propose the question that clauses 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, and 50 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, and 50 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 51.
I propose the question that clause 51 be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 51 be amended as per the order paper. The reason being that we would like to correct some grammatical error.
Very well. I now put the question that clause 51. I now propose the question that clause 51 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 51 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 51 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 52.
I propose the question that clause 52 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I move that clause 52 be amended. I propose that clause 52 be amended as per the order paper. The reason being that we would like to provide some level of clarity on that issue.
I propose the question that clause 52 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 52 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 52 as amended be part of the bill? Will as many as are of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 53, 54, 55, and 56.
I propose the question that clauses 53, 54, 55, and 56 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 53, 54, 55, and 56 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 57.
I propose the question that clause 57 be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 57 be amended as per the under paper. The reason being that we need to ensure that the mandate of the service does not contradict the mandate of the Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization and other institutions mandated by law to undertake research in Kenya.
I propose the question that clause 57 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 57 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 57 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, and 75.
I propose the question that clauses 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, and 75 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Mover.
Chair, I move that clause 2 be amended as per the under paper. The reason being that we have the committee substituted executive committee member with the county government to put emphasis on the county government itself and not county executive committee member, and also to correct some typographical error.
I propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. I put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, we have come to the end of that committee. Mover to move reporting. Yes,
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Plant Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2025, and its approval thereof with amendments.
I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Plant Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2025, and its approval thereof with amendments. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Chairperson,
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Public Participation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2025, and approved the same with amendments.
Mover of the bill.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Public Participation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2025, and also request the Honorable Murungara, Senior Counsel, to second the motion.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to second.
Thank you. I propose the question that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Public Participation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2025. Chairperson, please approach the table. I would like the chair to report on the second bill.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Plant Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2025, and approved the same with amendments.
Mover of the bill.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request the Honorable Mutunga, the Chairperson of Agriculture, to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the House.
Honorable Speaker, I do second that the House agrees with the report.
I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Next order.
Order number 17, motion, report on audited financial statements of selected state corporations in the energy sector.
Honorable members, there was no balance of time for any member, so any member who is ready may go on and contribute to this. Proceed.
No. Sorry, Honorable Speaker, I was standing to move my motion.
Oh.
No interest.
So you're indicating that you do not have any interest in this? Okay. In that case, I call upon the mover to reply, since there is no further interest in this.
Speaker,
majority?
On behalf of the chairperson,
Okay.
I beg that I reply.
Thank you. Please
and
go
I have
ahead.
replied.
Honorable members, for the convenience of the House, I defer the putting of the question to another time, as it will be scheduled by the House Business Committee. Next order.
Order number 18, the County Library Services Bill, Senate Bill number 40 of 2024, second reading.
Honorable members, just as the earlier motion, there is no balance of time for any member, so anyone who is willing to participate in this bill may go ahead. Honorable Owen Bayer, do you have interest in this one?
No, I want to reply. Where is the chairperson? Oh, well, we did a good job, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I think when it came up for debate, it was very good debate. And acknowledging that, I think it's time that the mover replies.
Thank you very much, Majority. So there be no further interest in this. I call upon the chairman, the Honorable Daniel Wanyama, member for Webuye and Chair. Please go ahead and reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to thank the members who participated and contributed immensely on this second reading of the County Library Service Bill that without saying so much, it was actually great that the members gave their contribution. Also, I want to thank the members of the committee who are very dedicated up to the submission of the report of this bill. Also, the stakeholders who submitted their submissions to contribute that made this bill what it is today. And finally, Honorable Speaker, allow me to reiterate that this bill intends to actually provide a very legal framework to actually establish, in terms of establishment, development, management, and coordination of the county library services. It seeks to promote literacy, lifelong learning, innovation, research, and preservation of knowledge and cultural heritage. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to assure the members that the contribution and the issues that were raised, the committee will be able to consider them in the third reading of this bill, and all the amendments will be accommodated. And therefore, I seek the members that when that time comes, kindly support the amendments for this bill to proceed. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Honorable members, for the convenience of the House, I defer putting of the question to another time. Next order.
Order number 19, motion, interim report on the inquiry into the importation of raw sugar by Mombasa Sugar Refinery Limited.
Chairperson, please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the interim report on the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on the inquiry into importation of raw sugar by Mombasa Sugar Refinery Limited. Honorable Speaker, the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives is undertaking an inquiry into importation of raw sugar by Mombasa Sugar Refinery Limited pursuant to Article 95 of the Constitution and Standing Order 216. The committee resolved to undertake the inquiry following a media expose where it was alleged that Mombasa Sugar Refinery Limited had imported 27,000 metric tons of harmful sugar from South Africa, which had been repackaged and distributed for sale in the country. The purpose of this inquiry is to investigate the circumstances surrounding the importation, transportation, storage, refining, and distribution of raw sugar by Mombasa Sugar Refinery Limited and the broader sugar importation landscape in Kenya, and to determine the compliance with the applicable laws, regulations, and licensing conditions with a view of protecting consumers, safeguarding government revenue, and strengthening regulations of the sugar sector. Honorable Speaker, in undertaking the inquiry, the committee has held meetings with National Treasury and Economic Planning, the State Department for Trade, the State Department for Industry, the Sugar Board, the Kenya Revenue Authority, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, the Plant Health Inspectorate Services, Mombasa Sugar Refinery, and local sugar manufacturers. The committee also conducted inspection visit to the port of Mombasa, the Nairobi Freight Terminal, Autoport, and the Mombasa Sugar Refinery Limited premises in Kisumu. This engagement enabled the committee to review documentary evidence, inspect the storage facilities, and assess the status of the refinery. Honorable Speaker, from the submissions received and the inspection visits undertaken, the committee made the following findings. The raw sugar was supplied by Wilma Sugar Pte. Mombasa Sugar Refinery Limited. The phytosanitary certificates, industrial sugar health certificate from 1st July 2025 to 30th June 2026 and a pre-shipment approval letter for the raw sugar consignment issued on 18th December 2025 with an expiry date of 1st February 2026. Mombasa Sugar Refinery paid taxes amounting to Kenya shillings 510,810,786 shillings to KRA for the raw sugar consignment. The specific taxes paid on the consignments are import duty of Kenya shillings 161,080,000 706 shillings. Value-added tax of Kenya shillings, $283,502,000 importation of raw sugar. The raw sugar is stored in 3 locations: the Port of Mombasa, Shed 7 and 8, the Nairobi Freight Terminal, Autobot, and the Mombasa Sugar Refinery Limited. The committee visited the 3 sites but was not able to verify the quantities of raw sugar stored in each site. The committee visited the Mombasa Sugar Refinery Limited on Monday, 15th June 2026, and established that the refinery had not been operational since it was licensed in 2016. During the visit, test runs were ongoing in preparation for refining the imported raw sugar. The committee was informed that some industrial sugar had been processed at the factory. A multi-agency team was put in place to monitor the raw sugar consignment imported by Mombasa Sugar Refinery Limited. The multi-agency team was mandated to determine the conditions governing the release of the sugar to Mombasa Sugar Refinery and establish appropriate monitoring mechanism to prevent diversion of the sugar from the intended purpose. There was insufficient evidence demonstrating how diversion of the raw sugar into the local consumer market would effectively be prevented. The Kenya Sugar Board guidelines on the control of imported raw sugar consignment. While documents submitted to the committee indicated South Africa as the origin, records from a meeting held at the National Treasury referred to sugar originating from Brazil. The inconsistency requires further investigation. 4,299,657 kgs of industrial sugar had been manufactured by Mombasa Sugar Refineries as at 29th July 2026, which is equivalent to 88,405 50 kg bags. 1,945 bags of the refined sugar had been sold to the following companies: Tamtams Limited, Limited, 405 packs, Safa Dairy Limited, 200 packs, Rock Industries Limited, 500 packs, Joylene East African Limited, 600 bags, and Tropical Sunshine Products Limited 240 bags as at 22nd July 2026. KRA recommended the execution of a security bond in form of bank guarantee or insurance bond equivalent to the assessed additional taxes of Kenya shillings 2.983 billion as provided under Section 107 of the EACCMA 2004. The validity period of the bond was at least 12 months, renewable. The bond was to be enforced until completion of the dispute resolution process and entire consignment fully and properly accounted for in manner that was outlined in the letter. KRA was, however, directed to classify the sugar as raw cane sugar, which is a raw material for manufacture of white sugar and therefore not subject to the additional taxes that were being sought by KRA. Honorable Speaker, given the seriousness of these findings, the committee resolved to table an interim report to enable immediate intervention while the inquiry proceeds. The interim report seeks to ensure that the imported raw sugar is not diverted for human consumption. B, government revenue is protected. C, all relevant laws are complied with. And D, the existing legal framework governing importation and refining of raw sugar is strengthened. Accordingly, the committee recommends that A, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry puts in place a team to verify the quantities of the raw sugar at the port of Mombasa, outer port, Mombasa Sugar Refinery, both raw and refined, and to ascertain that the quantities tally with what was imported within 7 days of adoption of this report by the National Assembly. B, the National Assembly collects samples of the raw sugar from the port of Mombasa, outer port and Mombasa Sugar Refineries, both raw and refined, for testing by an independent laboratory to ascertain the type of sugar that was imported. The State Department for Industry establishes whether Mombasa Sugar Refinery Limited has the capacity to refine the 27,000 metric ton of the raw sugar consignment and report to the committee within 7 days of adoption of this report by the National Assembly. The Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, cassettes the appointment of the multi-agency team with the clear terms of reference within 14 days of adoption of this report. The Kenya Sugar Board submits to the committee returns filed pursuant to the guidelines on control of importation of raw sugar for refining for the last 5 months within 7 days of adoption of this report by the National Assembly. The Kenya Revenue Authority ensures that raw sugar at the port of Mombasa, the Nairobi Freight Terminus, outer port, and Mombasa Sugar Refinery is bonded until taxes due on the sugar refinery are fully safeguarded. The Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, develops regulations governing the importation of raw sugar and refining of industrial sugar to guide the issuance of import licenses for importation of raw sugar in Kenya within 60 days of adoption of this report by the National Assembly. The Kenya Bureau of Standards conducts regular surveillance checks in the market to ensure that the raw sugar is not diverted for human consumption. And the Inspector General of Police provides 24-hour security to warehouses at the port of Mombasa, Shed 7 and 8, the Nairobi Freight Terminus Autoport, and at the Mombasa Sugar Refinery Limited Factory at Kibos, where the raw sugar is stored, to ensure that there is no diversion of the raw sugar for human consumption, and until the bond is executed to secure taxes due on the sugar. Honorable Speaker, the committee continues to receive evidence, analyze documentation, and engage relevant stakeholders, undertakes to table a comprehensive report on the inquiry in the next 4 weeks. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request Honorable Kishimo to second.
Proceed,
Thank you.
Honorable Gishimo.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved by Honorable Chair for the Committee of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Honorable Shinali. And Honorable Speaker, as I second, let me just add that just like in our courts, when a court finds that there is likely to be suffered irreparable damage, there are always interim orders that are usually issued. We also have a responsibility, Honorable Speaker, that when this Parliament finds that there is likely, the public is likely to also suffer irreparable damage, if a certain situation continues, we also issue or we come up with an interim report, because the main report might take a while before it is concluded. And that is why this report is very, very important, because we realized in the process of our investigations that there are no regulations governing the importation, transportation, storage, processing of raw sugar in this country. And once we have discovered an illegality, it is our responsibility to make sure that the public is also protected by preventing any possible diversion of raw sugar which may be consumed by the public, and of course the repercussions and consequences might be very dire in terms of the health of our public. Honorable Speaker, even as the licenses were being issued, our investigations have established that there was no board. And the law requires that the board is supposed to issue licenses for importation of any sugar, leave alone raw sugar. So that makes it very important for us to prevent any kind of movement or processing of this sugar, because even the institution that was actually mandated to issue licenses was not in existence. The other issue that also came within our knowledge in our investigation is that this sugar is not even boarded. Yeah, so it's likely to spill over from whatever point from, and sugar is, some of the sugar is stored in Mombasa, the other bit of sugar is on transit, the other sugar is in Nairobi ICD, the other sugar is in Kibos, in Kisumu. So this sugar is scattered all over, and you never know where it may spill over and there's no record of any boarding. So even establishing what has been processed, what is being transported is very difficult. So, Honorable Speaker, without belaboring the point, let me say that the responsibility of this House to protect the public, where we find there is a likelihood of public suffering, or this sugar, raw sugar. And raw sugar, for the benefit of the public, is, as explained to us by the expert, is sugar which is contaminated. Sugar which requires further processing to remove impurities. So if we leave it, or this committee and the House leave this to the business people to do whatever they want with this sugar, then we are risking the public. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, I urge this House to support the committee in passing this interim report, so that we can also be able to expedite the remaining part of our investigation and come up with a final and conclusive report on the way forward. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Gishimu. Honorable members, I propose the question that this House adopts the interim report on the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives on its inquiry into importation of raw sugar by Mombasa Sugar Refinery Limited, laid on the table of this House on Tuesday, 4th August 2026. The Honorable Dr. Nyikal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this interim report. Madam Speaker, as you noted, I came back wherever I was, probably you know, because of this issue of sugar. Not more than 2 years ago, we actually had a problem with sugar, and it was indicated that those sugars were contaminated by heavy metals like mercury and so on. The investigation of that didn't apparently go very far. Madam Speaker, I've also noted that if you go to many supermarkets, you find sugar from factories, and then you find sugars that are packed by the supermarkets themselves. And I've always wondered, this sugar that is packed by the supermarkets themselves, where are they coming from? Do they go through a procedure? And sometimes, even if you look at the factories, when we had problems, you know that some factories close for some time, but when you go to the supermarket, you find large amounts of sugar from those factories. I wondered whether this sugar from this factory or that's the package which is bearing the factory's name. And these ones that are bearing. So it therefore, in my mind, there seems to be a problem in the sugar, not in the production, but actually in the sale. And this suspicion that Mombasa, the Mombasa Sugar Factory, Mombasa Sugar Refinery, was doing something abnormal, it to some extent has been borne out. The approvals were given. Pre-importation inspections were done. And even as that is being done, the origin of this is not clear. The origin of the sugar products is not clear. And as this is being done, there are no regulations. And the regulatory authority that is supposed to actually do this, in fact, the board does not exist. We actually are in a quagmire. And so I'm left to conclude that actually people are at grave risk. The sugar that is out there is actually not safe and has been indicated. The raw sugar is imported so that you refine it further. And then you can use it as table sugar or sugar that is for consumption. Then you can put it in confectionery and so on. But if there are no regulations, the origin is not clear. There is even doubt as to whether the factory itself is capable of doing this, doing the refinery itself. Then obviously we are in danger. You look at where this sugar is actually stored. It is in various places. It gives you the impression that something is not being clear. Some in Mombasa, some in Nairobi, some in Kisumu. How it is transported, what it is transported, you do not know. Now, if one factory is going to actually refine it further, why can't it be in that factory? If the factory that imported it is scattered it all over the place, there is grave danger. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I actually support this. I particularly support the decision of the committee to actually give an interim report and give interim recommendations, that we get a team to sample the sugars and find out what really is in the raw sugars. And as they said, you may have to now look at the whole supermarket chain and look at the sugars that are there and sample them. And the Minister of Agriculture to quickly come out with regulations, because it is dangerous and it should not. Therefore, I conclude this by saying that I actually support the committee on the interim report, and I would urge the committee to actually proceed further and expeditiously complete the report and give us more information. I would ask them to not just confine themselves to this Mombasa, go to the supermarket and find out if there may be contamination all over. With that, Madam Speaker, I support the interim report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nyekal. Although I do not have much voice when I sit here, I would have wanted you to go further, if it were possible, maybe even outside the House, to tell us what are the consequences of consuming such, if any, as a medical doctor. However, your time is up, and I think you did very well with the time that you had. The Honorable Marianne Kitani.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support the report by the committee and urge that the House also supports this report, the interim report by the committee. Honorable Speaker, I have had an opportunity to sit with the committee and had the players in that industry talk about the sugar industry. I've also had the President of the Republic of Kenya talk about the sugar industry and the progress and the strides that have been made in the sugar industry. For the first time, farmers in this country are being paid as within 5 days after the cane or their cane reaches the market. And for the first time, we had actually stopped or reduced importation of sugar because of the production of sugar in this country. The recent importation of what we call raw sugar for the purposes of further processing to industrial sugar, which is sugar to be used in confectionaries, is what the committee was looking at. And one of the issues that came out is that regulations to manage that process have not been put in place. And to add further to that is that the amount of sugar that has been imported, called raw sugar, totaling about 27,000 tons, some of the industry, players in industry have said that alone is their 6 months production. And that is sugar that they would have sold in the market in a normal way after they've bought cane from farmers. So if this sugar by any chance is allowed to get into the market and compete with the sugar that is currently being produced in this market, it will destabilize the very market that has grown from when we were net importers to now being producers of sugar, almost becoming exporters of sugar in this country. The other issue that I need to raise, Honorable Speaker, is that this sugar, called raw sugar, is sugar that has impurities and therefore may be very harmful for human health. Research has been done about the sugar and the problems that sugar has brought into the human body. And it is said that a human being, or us as human beings, we now consume almost 40 kilograms of sugar in a month, and that is what causes most of the health problems that we have today. Now, bringing in sugar that has impurities, that is not fit for human consumption, and that sugar not having the proper mechanisms to ensure that it doesn't get to the market or to the table of the farmer or of the consumer unknowingly, then increases the risk factors that we are trying to say we need to avoid, so that us as human beings become safer and healthier. So without regulations and without putting in place proper mechanisms to ensure that this sugar that has been imported, that is raw or that has impurities, be cleaned and be further processed for the purposes it was intended to, that is to do industrial sugar. Without all those processes in place, it would be unsafe for the Kenyan public, both health-wise, and actually it would distort the market that we currently are protecting and would wish to protect, because we have now grown this market from where it was before to today, every farmer benefiting from their sugarcane production. In fact, I dare say that many farmers have now entered into this sphere of sugarcane growing. My area, for example, we never used to grow sugar, but because of the figures that have come out and the good agricultural benefits that we are getting from sugar, many of these farmers are now moving into the sugarcane production. In fact, when we were talking to the sugarcane producers, they told us the whole process of manufacturing sugar, from the cane itself, to the liquid, to the distillation, to crystallization, and then the sugar itself, and then how we move from the brown sugar all the way to the industrial sugar, which is the white sugar. And that whole process it's more of that this sugar, once it is processed, is actually table sugar. Any further processing is what causes, or what is called now, industrial sugar. So we stand to support this report and urge that the company that has imported the sugar, that is Mombasa Sugar Refineries, be allowed to continue to produce this sugar into industrial sugar under regulations and under the processes that have been set out by government. And where
Can I give you a minute to conclude your remarks?
Thank you very much. And where regulations are not in place, the committee has requested that those regulations be put in place within 60 days of the adoption of this report. We've also asked that the sugar that is already in the company be also processed and reports be produced to the committee and to the relevant agencies based on the guidelines that have been set by the Sugar Board, so that we can be able to monitor this sugar and it doesn't leak into the market, and that is to protect the Kenyan mwananchi. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable John Gitonga, member for Manyata.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I also rise to support this report, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, when we talk about sugar, it's an area, Honorable Speaker, that has history in this country of having been an area of corruption, areas where Kenyans have risked, their lives have been risked due to unscrupulous business that, Honorable Speaker, exposes the corruption in this country. Honorable Speaker, just a few years ago, we have had issues with mercury in sugar, Honorable Speaker. But Honorable Speaker, what gets my interest, Honorable Speaker, is a repetition of this sector in the mention of serious problems with Kenyans, Honorable Speaker. We have issues, Honorable Speaker, with cancer patients in this country. We have issues, Honorable Speaker, with a lot of diseases that people don't know where they're coming from. And experts have linked the sugar industry, Honorable Speaker, as a contributor to these issues. Honorable Speaker, as I look at the report, it also, I ask myself a lot of questions. And first, Honorable Speaker, is how a company can bring raw sugar in this country without traceability as the chairman has said, and bring it all the way to the port. And also, Speaker, not only that, but also, Speaker, the tax waivers that had been given to this company and others against importation declaration fees and railway development levy, Honorable Speaker. There is a lot of questions we need to ask. And we know very well, Honorable Speaker, among the things that are happening in our nation today is many people in senior offices, Honorable Speaker, and we need to investigate even the minister, the CS of Treasury, on his hand on this importation of sugar, issuing of waiver, Honorable Speaker, for sugar that can actually mess this country and ensure, Honorable Speaker, our people are in serious problems. Honorable Speaker, we are talking of sugar that was gotten, Honorable Speaker, in April. And if you see a company bringing sugar in this country, it means it's something that it has done before. So, Honorable Speaker, could it be right to say that even sugar that we are consuming in supermarket and other places is also not very safe? Honorable Speaker, it is why, Honorable Speaker, today as we speak, in this House, we need to be very cautious, Honorable Speaker, and get our hand, and I'm hoping the chairman and the Committee on Trade can put into consideration a hand in this House when we are issuing licenses for importation of sugar, Honorable Speaker, and other products, including maize. Because whenever you tell companies to get things from outside, they can even give us poison without the knowledge of Kenyans. And with a little corruption here and there, they might even get it to our tables, Honorable Speaker, in this House. Honorable Speaker, we are not safe. This is something that should be considered by this House very passionately, because there is no member in this House that does not consume sugar here and there. This is a report that Kenyans really need to get to the bottom of, Honorable Speaker. And I still want to say, Honorable Speaker, because there is a talk of us having Vision 2060. Honorable Speaker, among the things that Vision 2030 was looking at, and which we have failed, and this regime has failed completely, is, Honorable Speaker, seeing how we can be fully dependent and ensure our farmers make the top dollar. You can add me a minute.
Okay, I add you a minute.
Thank you. As I was saying, Honorable Speaker, the Vision 2030 was very clear on ensuring our farmers are able to supply sugar that we can surely trace to Mumias and other places. The importation of sugar has remained a cartel business that is actually led, Honorable Speaker, to...
Someone is on a point of order?
Honorable Speaker, I would like to say this. You see, facts are very important and the basis of how a member contributes in this House. Facts. The Honorable Member, Mukunji, very honorable members of his constituency elected him to this House to do honorable things. And one of the honorable things you do is to have figures and facts, to speak plainly without any statistics and dismiss and say that we are important. Honorable Speaker, the production of sugar in this country has increased tremendously, and the prices have fallen tremendously. I don't know from which century he's speaking from, and whether he belongs to this country or another, but he needs to be informed, and he needs to leave the propaganda that he inherits from whoever has tied his coattails, and leave that. When you come to this House, leave propaganda out, speak facts. He should table for us the data that he's talking about. But the data that we know, the production on sugar has gone up. Mumias is producing sugar, Kibos is producing sugar, and all other companies that were dead then are producing sugar. And farmers are getting paid, and they're happy, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Mukunji, you know when he came into this house, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Wetangula bestowed the honor of me to mentor him. But he has run away to be mentored by the wrong people. And I think it is on record that Honorable Dr. Moses Masika Wetangula bestowed me the honor to actually mentor him because he's still a young man trying to grow in this space. Honorable Speaker, he needs to follow through. I will mentor him, make him a better leader, make him a better legislator, so that he speaks truth and facts, so that he can be seen and be regarded as one of those young upcoming leaders. But right now, where he belongs, he keeps on going down and down, and I pity him, and I feel so sad, Honorable Speaker. And I ask the people to send him home where he belongs, so that he can learn a few lessons that probably will bring him back after a decade. Thank you.
Well, I think your point is on facts, being factual. I think that was the point of order that you're raising, though you didn't make reference to the standing orders. Honorable Mukunji, I encourage you, if you want to make use of figures, if you want to quote Vision 2030 and Vision 2060 and all those figures, you must make use of data. If you do not want to make use of data, just speak. If you want to do propaganda, you can do it and decide not to make use of any data. So I encourage you to conclude. You had a minute, you had consumed 30 seconds, so you have 30 seconds.
Honorable Speaker, I really don't get it, why you have to interrupt me and the majority has to interrupt me. Then you tell me I have 30 seconds. Honorable Speaker, I am very clear on what I'm saying.
It's important for you to note, because this is a house of records.
You
had finished your time. You asked me to give you 1 minute. I gave you 1 minute.
What have I done with 1 minute, Honorable Speaker?
So then make use of your 1 minute. You have it now.
So, Honorable Speaker, I quote figures when I need to quote figures. But, Honorable Speaker, I am also allowed to say and clearly indicate, unless somebody has a dispute on what I am saying, then he can clearly say, you stated this and it's not a fact. Honorable Speaker, as I was concluding, I was actually saying, and I clearly say, that the sugar sector has been taken over by cartels, and this is the sector that is used by many, including members, some in this house, to, Honorable Speaker, make quick bucks and ignore the Kenyan people. Honorable Speaker, it is not only sugar, but also the rice sector, where we have our people farming in Moya, Honorable Speaker. There is also a lot of licenses being issued, and these licenses are actually killing.
Your time is up. The Honorable Ekomas Mutuse, member for Kibwezi West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute into the report that has been tabled by the Departmental Committee on Trade and Industry, into the inquiry into the importation of raw sugar by Mombasa Sugar Refinery Limited. Madam Speaker, the sugar subsector is a very important subsector in our economy. And as Kenyans would appreciate, there has been a lot of investment and a lot of reforms in the sugar subsector. To begin with, this parliament, led by the member for Navaholo, did enact the new Sugar Act that has led to significant reforms that have revived an industry that had once died. As we speak today, Madam Speaker, the production of sugar has increased in the year 2024 to about 1,915,000 metric tons production in a year. In the year 2025, because of unfavorable weather conditions, it dropped a little bit. And this year, it is projected that we are likely to hit 1,000,000 metric tons production. The consumption of sugar, domestic sugar in our country, is about 1.1 to 1.2
metric tons, meaning as well that there is a deficit that has to be compensated either by way of importation or by other means, using other sugar-related products to meet the sugar need. The committee was inquiring as to why sugar is being imported and as to whether that sugar is actually justified, the importation is actually justified. And one of the suspicions was that people are hiding under importing for industrial purposes, when in fact they are diverting that sugar into the market for domestic consumption. And while we support the committee that it is important we curtail on those who are importing sugar and possibly diverting it into the market, we have also to be very categorical in protecting our farmers, because fundamentally our farmers are the primary focus and must remain the primary focus of our government. We have heard His Excellency the President pronounce himself when in the several occasions that he has visited our sugar belt of Western Kenya, and especially Mumias, that he will fight cartels. And many of us remember him saying, kuna mambo matatu. And it is out of that pronouncement by the President that we have been able to revive our sugar factories that had died. To make business sense, our sugar factories have been leased to private investors. As we speak today, farmers are getting money out of their sugar farming. And they are not just getting any other amount of money, they are getting a good return. And they are also being paid on time, between 7 and 10 days. As we speak today, the cost of production has also come down. It has come down because the prices of fertilizer have been decreased by way of subsidy from the prevailing 7,500 in 2022 to now 2,500, and we are being told there may be further government interventions to bring the price of sugar, the price of fertilizer further down. And all these reforms cannot be undermined by private profiteers. The things that the government is doing cannot be undermined by private people who want to make profit for their own sake. And therefore, we support the committee that we must protect our farmers. We laud the government for the reforms that are going into that subsector. I was in Mumias recently, and farmers say they are making money and they have money in their pockets. We are eliminating and rolling back poverty. And therefore, I stand on the side of those who are saying, let us continue the reforms, let us help our farmers, and let us curtail on private people who may want to take loopholes of industrial importation to divert into the market. I thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Harrison Kombe, member for Magarini.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi nami nikaweke sauti yangu kwa mswada huu. Mheshimiwa Spika, moja kwa moja naunga mkono taarifa hii ya kamati kwa sababu ya kwamba ni muhimu tuhakikishe kwamba wananchi wetu tunawalinda kwa kuwapatia vyakula vinavyofaa na ambavyo vimethibitishwa kwamba vinafaa. Sukari ambayo haijasafishwa, sukari kihawia, inaweza kuwa hatari kwa sababu ya vitu ambavyo vimo ndani yake. Chembe chembe za vyuma zinaweza kuwa ndani yake, na pasiposafishwa vizuri basi utapata inaweza kutuletea madhara kama vile kisukari, saratani na magonjwa mengine mengi. Mheshimiwa Spika, cha kusikitisha zaidi katika ripoti hii, katika taarifa hii Kamati inatueleza ya kwamba hata halmashauri inayohusika na kupeana ruhusa ya kuagiza sukari kutoka nje, pia hiyo halmashauri yenyewe haikuwepo ama haikuwa kamili, haikuwa inatosha kujadili na kupeana ruhusa kwa kampuni ya Mombasa ili ikaweze kuagizia sukari. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningeuliza kamati hata wanaporudi kuendelea na uchunguzi wao, mwisho pendekezo ambalo lingeweza kufaa kwa halmashauri hii ni kwamba iweze kuvunjiliwa mbali kwa sababu ya kukosa maadili na kwenda kinyume cha sheria. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukizingatia kwamba Kenya kufikia sasa inatoa sukari nyingi kabisa, hakuna haja ya kuagizia sukari tena, na ndiposa waziri akaweka ya kwamba hakuna ruhusa kuagizia tena sukari kutoka nje. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwa sababu tunataka pia kuwalinda wakulima wetu na kuwapa motisha wakaweze kusonga mbele. Hivi sasa punde tu wanapopeleka miwa yao kiwandani, ni baada ya muda wa siku chache tu wanalipwa tena, wanalipwa fedha nzuri kiasi cha kwamba hakuna malalamishi, wanaweza kujikimu kimaisha sawasawa na vile ambavyo serikali inajisatiti kuona kwamba raia wake wako katika hali nzuri. Mheshimiwa Spika, ninazidi kusisitiza kamati mwisho wa kuisha wahakikishe kwamba hii halmashauri imevunjiliwa mbali na panapo majaliwa wengine wakaweze kuchaguliwa ambao wataendeleza gurudumu hili la sukari vyema pasipo ufisadi. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Members, I do not see any further interest in this, and I would like to call upon. I don't see your card anywhere. You have interest in this? So you may go ahead and make your contribution. Rosa Buyu.
Madam Speaker, thank you for indulging me, and I tried to replace my card, but I didn't manage to do it in time. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I'd just like to support and commend the Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperative for being very vigilant. Vigilant in the sense that they're not waiting for things to happen and then they try to check after the fact. What the committee is trying to do is to just ensure that the farmers and Kenyans and Kenya itself is protected from any unscrupulous behavior. Madam Speaker, I'm a product of the sugar industry. My late father, who passed on in 2000, was a sugar farmer, and we still hold the farms in Koru and Songo. And up to now, we're still sugarcane farmers. I went to school from the proceeds of sugarcane, and what you see now is a sugarcane product. Madam Speaker, it is true that the government has put in a lot of effort in trying to streamline the operations within the sugar industry to ensure that the farmers who've been crying all the time for not getting enough out of their sweat from sugar plantation is actually looked after and protected. And what this seeks to do is to just ensure that those sugarcane farmers are also protected and that Kenyans at large are not open to any harmful product by unscrupulous traders. Madam Speaker, the three things that this looks at, apart from just the protection of farmers, is protection of Kenyans at large and also protection of income for the government. And I would just like to request that even as the committee is going on with going on to conclude their report, I'd also like to request that KBS must also do their part so that they ensure that each time there's any importation we ensure that whatever is brought into this country is what a license was given for. And then obviously the police also have to be very vigilant, because indeed we have some corrupt, unscrupulous businessmen who would get licenses for a particular product, but bring in another to make quick money. And that can put Kenyans at a risk. So, Madam Speaker, what I want to do is to just encourage the committee and to thank them for being very vigilant, and we'll be looking forward to seeing the final report on this issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Naomi Wako, Deputy Majority Whip, and member for Marsabit County. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want to confirm that I support this report and also congratulate the committee for giving all the attention to this report and for guiding the nation on what needs to be done. Honorable Speaker, many Kenyans who are farmers, sugar farmers, have suffered for many years in the past, but this report will now give a lot of guidance because of the recommendation the committee has made. So I want to congratulate the committee for investing their time and talents into this and for guiding the nation. Again, Honorable Speaker, I want to encourage the farmers that the government, our government, and especially our president is very much passionate on transforming the sugar sector and giving a lot of support so that the farmers can have a relief and the farmers can have it easy to do farming and also in selling their sugar. And so even for the consumers, we need to concentrate on our own production so that even as we buy sugar, we get the refined and the recommended sugar so that we take care of also our health. Otherwise, I just want to confirm that I support the report, the committee, and also the report. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Naomi. There be no other interest in this. I would like to. Mary Emase, Honorable Mary Emase. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to support the report of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity. I didn't have my card. Honorable Speaker, I come from a sugar growing region. Cane growing is the only cash crop that the people of Western Kenya, majority of the farmers depend on. And even for the first time, our farmers did get a bonus, thanks to His Excellency, the President William Samoei Ruto. But, Honorable Speaker, when I look at this report inquiring into importation of raw sugar, I want to say that the committee is doing a good job and we will support your report when you conclude it, and I hope that you're going to make some very serious recommendations. Honorable Speaker, right now as we speak, there are diminishing sales of sugar. The stores in Olepito Sugar and Busia Sugar Factory, the stores are full. There is nowhere to sell. So the farmers are suffering because of uncontrolled importation of sugar. Honorable Speaker, the committee has to rein on this so that importation is controlled, because what is the purpose? We are all aware that after the reduction of the cost of fertilizer from 7,500 to 2,500, again, thank you to His Excellency the President, many farmers now can afford to buy fertilizer. There are many cane farmers, and therefore it would be pointless for us to encourage our farmers to grow cane, and when sugar is produced in our factories, there is nowhere to sell because of importation of sugar. So this is a very serious issue. I thank the committee for the work you're doing and the report, and please take it to another level so that we're able to protect the farmer, the cane farmers in this country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Baya, Deputy Majority Leader.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I would like to contribute to this debate on sugar. And Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I support the report on the inquiry into the importation of raw sugar by Mombasa Sugar Refinery Limited. From the onset, Honorable Speaker, I want to congratulate the committee. And I also want to congratulate Parliament for taking a proactive role in protecting farmers. Because if you look at this report, this is a preemptive measure. The people actually imported raw sugar into the market, and when they imported raw sugar into the market, there are many steps that they didn't follow, but look like people tried to sneak in sugar so that they can divert it into the local market. But importantly, Honorable Speaker, chaired by the Honorable Shinali, veteran politician, and the people of his constituents must re-elect him because he's doing a good job. He has represented them well in this parliament. But I want to say this, Honorable Speaker. Sugar in this country has for many years been the bastion of cartels for many years. And cartels like these ones have benefited tremendously from the process of sugar while killing the local farmers, Honorable Speaker. And Mombasa and the many the stations where the sugar has been what I would call, softly, a scene of crime for many years, Honorable Speaker. But you see, when this current government started looking at the sugar sector, we have seen a rebound, a huge rebound, such that today, farmers are happy, and consumers of sugar also are very happy, because the prices of sugar have come down, but the production by the farmers has gone down, and there is more income to reach a point where the Honorable Mary Marse, who comes from a sugar growing place, says that farmers enjoyed a bonus. And I think that is very significant. But statistics are everything, Honorable Speaker. If you look at the National Bureau of Statistics, Kenya's processed sugar production rebounded by nearly 22% in the early 2026, by nearly 22%. Reaching 143,000 tons between January and May. 22% rebound. This recovery follows a sharp slump in 2025, Honorable Speaker, where total annual factory output dropped significantly due to cane shortage. That farmers are not producing enough cane. But thank you to the programs under this government where we have subsidies in fertilizer, from 7,500 to 2,500, where you have enough fertilizer around. And programs like rescuing the factories that for many years were closing down because of a lot of issues, how cane is bought, whether farmers are being paid and all that. But when you start paying farmers well, then cane can be produced. And we can see that when the president intervened through his popular Mambo Matatu, I think there has been a rejuvenation in the sugar sector. And the sugar sector is one of those sectors that is rebounding. It was actually dying. Today, I can comfortably walk into a supermarket and I can buy Mumia's sugar, I can buy Kibo's sugar, I can buy Cabra's sugar, I can buy, I saw another brand, a local one, then, Son Sugar. Yes, even Ramisi from Coast. Yes, sugar is there. We never used to have these things. And you can imagine, Honorable Speaker, the number of jobs that have been created by reviving this, and the GDP, the contribution to the GDP that the sugar sector has done in this country. Honorable Speaker, we have a government and an administration that knows what it is doing. We have an administration that has the brain. We have an administration that has the wherewithal to take this country and the sugar sector forward. But we will not allow cartels, small people who think they can play tricks like these guys called Mombasa Sugar Refinery Limited, using some small companies that they want to stick sugar into the market. We must protect farmers by ensuring that no sugar is imported. We can do better, we can work harder, we can invest better and make sure that we have enough sugar in this country and stop people who want to kill. And therefore I want to thank the committee for the...
I want to give him a minute so that you can conclude.
For the prompt action.
Especially because you are using data, you are
Yes.
using statistics.
Yes.
That the Honorable Mukunji was not able
to use data and statistics, Honorable Speaker. If you look, Honorable Speaker, look at this. In 2026, there was increased delivery of sugarcane. Delivery of sugarcane increased by 25.1% to 3.9 million tons of sugar that were of cane that was delivered to factories. If you look at annual output, Honorable Speaker, we have an increase. But the highest peak, Honorable Speaker, was in 2024, where we had a record of 815,000 to 933,000 metric tons when the weather recovered, Honorable Speaker. That is growth. Even the blind, even the deaf, even the people that do not want to see can see, but they just want to play blind. But you know, the good word, the good word say, even the blind will see. And even the deaf will also hear.
Your time is up, but I think you have really made your point. The Honorable Member for Baringo County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to put in a word on this inquiry and say that this is the best time to protect Kenyan farmer, specifically on sugar farmers. This is going to be an impact in revolutionizing factories that is going to make profitable sugar and increase yields. Because when we give farmers the opportunity to, in business, this is going to be a good thing because we will have stopped most of the cartels in the market and we will have encouraged more production, and this is going to give more production and create more employment. And for this, Madam Speaker, because Honorable Bayer gave a very good statistics, I don't want to dilute that, and I want to say I support this inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member for Baringo County. Honorable members, there be no other interests in this motion. I will now call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank those members who have contributed. I know many others would have wanted to contribute on this motion. But, Honorable Speaker, I just request them that when we bring our final report, it will be conclusive. It will have far-reaching recommendations, very serious recommendations, because we intend to go far and wide to make sure that this sugar sector and sugar industry is streamlined and the necessary legal laws that are put in place, the necessary regulations are put in place because we want to protect the farmer, we want to protect public, we want to protect Kenyans, because as you realize, there are health matters here, the economic matters here. We don't want also, Honorable Speaker, the sugar industry has already created a lot of employment as at now, increased employment. We don't want to create shortage in employment. Because if the sugar factories are not selling, that means they have to downsize on their labor force. Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Honorable members, for the convenience of the House, I defer putting of the question until another time when this motion will be scheduled. for that purpose. Next order.
Order number 20, motion. That report on the status of reports on petitions and resolutions.
Honorable members, for motion number 20, order number 20, I do not see the chair in the house, so that order is deferred. Next order.
Order number 21, motion, 7th report on the audited financial statements for various funds.
This one is also deferred. I do not see the chair. The chair is Honorable Muliungi, right? The chair for Chairperson Special Funds Accounts Committee, is it Honorable Muliungi? Is not in the house. So,
order number 22, motion, 9th report on the audited financial statements for various state corporations.
Chairperson? Deferred. This one is also deferred, honorable members, because the chair is absent or out in another business of the House.
Order number 23, the County Assembly Services Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 34 of 2023. Second reading.
Honorable members, even on this one, the Chairperson, Public Investments Committee, the Chairperson, Public, is it order number 22? 23. Honorable members, even for order number 23, as it has been called, the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor, is not in the House, out in another business of the House, so it's also deferred. Next order.
Order number 24, motion, 5th report on the status of reports on petitions and resolutions.
Honorable members, I think that's the same fate that has befallen the others. The Chairperson, Committee on Implementation, is also out in a different business of the House. Next order.
Order number 25, motion, consideration of sessional paper number 5 of 2026 on the national energy policy.
Honorable members, that motion is also deferred because the chair is out of the House. Next order.
Order number 26, motion, consideration of sessional paper number 4 of 2026 on the national petroleum policy.
Honorable members, the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Energy, is also outside the House, so that motion is also deferred. Honorable members, and the time being 6:45 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, 12th August 2026 at 9:30 a.m.